Hello, everyone. Welcome on in to the Dungeons and the Dragons. It is me, Kirby Rawstorn, who has a functioning microphone, which he's just checked, so that's good. I'm also joined by some other lovely people, which are surrounding me. Let's say hello first to Nummy Numbers.
Hello, that's me. Hi, I'm Nummy Numbers. You may remember me from such channels as Booty Bay Squad. I will be playing Sorrow. She is a human war mage with a little bit of warlock for extra spice.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm just going to remind myself who's next because I've scrolled to the wrong part of the document. Next up, we have Tex.
Hello, that's me. Hi, I'm Tex. You can find me on such Twitch channels as Tex Unplugged. Dot whatever. Dot nothing after that actually. But anyway, and I'm playing Yaki, the Dark Elf Cleric.
Lovely. Thank you very much. And last and not at all, not last and not least, we have Luna.
Hi, I'm Luna. I am. Oh, should I have done the from Twitch channel? What is my Twitch channel called now? It's renamed, but whatever. I'm playing Rose, who is a changeling shadow sorcerer, I think.
It's good that one of us knows, so yes. Yes, you are indeed. And actually last, and still not least, we have Gaijin.
Hello, yeah, I'm Gaijin Gamer from Gaijin Gamer. I am the last, or the forgotten last and the least, but I am here today playing Jack Stable. He was a stable hand, so Jack Stable, the stable hand turned, I can't remember if he's a stable knight or an unstable knight. I think he's a bit of both, depending on where his mood goes.
Depending on how much he's had to drink.
Yeah.
And how much he's had to drink. So watch this space and we'll see what happens.
Okay. So, a couple of bits to go through first. I will say hello to people in the chat in a second. First things to be aware of is tipping rewards and other alert type things should now be disabled. So, unfortunately, you won't be able to make any weird noises over the top of the stream. But anyone who does redeem anything, it will get passed over to next stream. So, if you do something like the change your voice now redeem, that'll happen next time, not this time. So just so you're aware of that. I have tried to disable everything that could possibly cause trouble, but who knows? I have been known to make mistakes in the past, and I'm just guessing this is going to pop up on the wrong window, isn't it? It isn't. Hey, that's nice. Speaking of the thing that isn't popping up on the next window, we are providing our music tonight using the software that is Sirenscape. Sirenscape basically asks you to tell everyone about the music that you are using when you use their music. But I would do that anyway because their music is great and I use it for all of my D&D games and it's lots of fun and it makes things very atmospheric. Apart from that, next thing we've got is, please, for anyone who's played Curse of Strahd before, no spoilers in chat, just because the players do sometimes read chat, and while I have changed some things in the module, it's nice if you guys don't have it spoiled for you as you're playing the game. So just, yeah, feel free to raise any hypothesis there, but no stating like, oh yes, of course, Strahd is weak to X, Y, Z. Like,
Oh, gee, we already know.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's it?
Reality.
That's the one. Thank you very much. Okay, so those are all of our announcements done. Quick hello to everyone in the chat. So lovely to see you. Retro Luna Tex, thank you very much for subscribing. Person who is on stream, appreciate it. Thick Room Glassed Girl, aka Thick. Liam Cool Gang, lovely to see you. Nummy Numbers, a wonderful human being. Zember, I think that might be one of your viewers, Nummy. Zember.
It's Emberi.
Emberi. Oh, I'm just not meant to say the
Come
X.
on, Kirby, pull it together.
Look, I'm old and I'm tired, okay? Welcome on in, Emberi, with X on either side. Precious Rogue, lovely to see you. And I think, oh, and Soccer as well. You are a delightful human being and welcome in the stream. Thank you very much, everyone else, for coming along. Let's just get on with it, shall we? Because I'm clearly not doing too great so far.
I have an important point to raise.
Very well.
You know how like 10 minutes ago you were like, what do you need for D&D? And you said dice.
Mm-hmm.
And I took that on board and then forgot all about it. Can I just...
So, while Luna goes and grabs some dice, let us recap what has happened in our story so far. So, when our players first met, they found themselves in the land of Barovia, seemingly with no memory. You then ventured on to the town of Barovia, which is not confusing at all, visiting a woman named Mary, who was distraught over the loss of her daughter, who had seemingly gone missing, possibly in the vicinity of a certain vampire count who lived overshadowing the village. Jack Stable, being the stable man that he is, offered to rescue the daughter, Gertruda, without really thinking it through, and is possibly regretting it since then. You then ventured on to the Burgermeister's house. You met Irina and Ismark, and you were hired to take Irina to Vallaki after burying her father, which you did the next day, avoiding any sounds from the graveyard that might be trying to entice you out into some kind of confrontation. So yes, you didn't engage with any kind of undead or violence of any kind and left the town. Arriving next at the Sir Camp, where you met Madame Eva, a Vistani of some renown for her psychic and foretelling abilities. She told you that you'd been brought to Barovia to free the land, and told you the locations of 3 weapons, 1 ally, and Strahd's location that would all help in your defeat of the evil lord of the land. You continued on towards Vallaki, and found an invitation to dine at Castle Ravenloft itself, where you met Strahd, who asked your plans while you were in Barovia, told you that it was in fact he who had brought you to Barovia to find a replacement for him as lord of the land, and then implored you to prove yourselves worthy to be his replacement. Basically saying, go off, do some good stuff in the land, we'll see what happens, yeah? You went off and explored his castle. You found the young lady Gertruda, charmed in one of the many bedrooms of the castle, and took her with you. Sorrow, the adventuring wizard, went off and explored the castle on her own, and found someone seemingly locked behind a door that she briefly tried to converse with without much success, sadly. And then had a conversation with Strahd one-on-one, who told you that there was only one person that could really become the Lord, and that only one person would be able to leave Barovia, so not the whole party. As you were trying to leave, a strange change came across Irina, and she started to seemingly develop another personality, and vomited some weird viscous gloop, which was fun, but you still managed to escape with everyone, including Gertruda, in tow. Finally, why do I keep saying finally when I don't mean finally? You then spent the night at the nearby windmill, where you met Granny Bones, an elderly woman who sold you some pastries, and made some magical bargains with Sorrow and Jack. Sorrow, she granted you great power in return for a boon to come. And Jack, you were given the ability to know the location and distance of an item that was very sacred to you, but in exchange you were no longer able to see the colour red, which basically means that everything is kind of like a very blue shade to you, which is quite depressing, especially in Barovia, where there isn't much red to begin with. The next day, you arrived at Vallaki and spent the night at the Blue Water Inn. You ate the pastries, basically got very high, had some peaceful dreams. However, the girl Gertruda went missing overnight, which was unfortunate. Jack was unable to find her, but filed a missing persons report with the local constabulary. The following day, while Sorrow and Rose were sleeping in rather late because they felt a bit exhausted. Yaki and Jack went to the Vistani camp outside of Vallaki and learned of an elf called Casimir, with whom Yaki spoke for some time, discovering some history about Barovia, about Strahd, and also about an evil temple on the nearby Mount Garkis, which, while dangerous, might hold the key to defeating Strahd. Casimir offered to come with you. However, he did say, I don't have to if you don't want me to, because I am quite old. But he then demonstrated that he was also a magical elf as well, so that's nice. Finally, the team, in a rather interesting move, went to investigate the Arasek Stockyard, whereupon you found a wagon with a large animal inside. Naturally, of course, you then went into the stockyard, tied up the owner, put him to sleep, went through his ledgers, and put him to sleep again. Meanwhile, his wife climbed out the window and went and raised the local guard. When last we left off, Yaki and Sorrow were hidden upstairs in the bedroom, seemingly unknown, and Jack and Rose were downstairs. Rose taking on the guise of a woman named Sarah, who you had met previously. And it seemed at this point things were about to get interesting. And finally, that is it. Any say? Sorry, I just saw that in chat. Very good. So now we may begin. Let me just.
You did forget the important point that me and Arena are besties now.
You and Arena did spend some time together, and are now besties. Mm-hmm. I'm just going to very quickly. Ooh, that's going to appear wrong. 2 seconds.
It's very important. We had a discussion about pina colada.
Okay.
Getting caught in the rain.
Hopefully that is coming through. You can hear some tense sounding music. No? None of you? You can?
Only the tense silence.
Okay, I'll turn it up then. It's
Oh, it's very low.
good. Okay, I don't want it to be overpowering, so that's fine.
It's almost like an infrared kind of rumbly feel.
It should be an infrared.
I can't hear it at all, but my hearing is shit. So
I briefly heard it, and now I can't hear it now.
It is a very deep, bassy sound, so...
yeah, that's why I can't hear it.
I think it stops when people talk as well.
Oh.
Yeah, that'll be it. It will do that for the Zoom call, because Zoom is clever like that.
Today's music brought to you by Sirenscape, everyone.
Today's music too. Thank you very much, Luna. Oh God. So,
Begin.
Rose, Yaki. Rose and Jack. You are downstairs. You peer out of the window into the courtyard of the Arasek Stockyard, and you notice that there are a number of guards outside. Sorrow and Yaki upstairs, you have already peered out of the curtain and seen that they are seemingly surrounding the place, a number of guards having been gathered and the alarm having been raised. Is there anything you'd like to do?
Jack, put that weapon down. You gotta put the weapon down.
I wasn't going to start a fight.
I was going to say, Rose, I will remind you that you're also holding a crossbow.
Yes, but it's fine.
I could speak to them and say I got here fast as guard and surveyed the scene and nothing's wrong.
Yes, that's going to be our story. That's why I don't look like me. I look like that woman from the bar.
And I'm undercover police officer.
Right.
Jack, make me an intelligence check, please.
Oh fuck. Intelligence isn't my strong point.
That's good.
And it's not Jack's either. $19.
19. You do recall that every guard that you've seen so far has been wearing a distinct uniform, and it's not to say that there isn't an undercover constabulary at all, You just don't have any evidence of one. Just so you're aware.
I mean, if you saw them and knew they were undercover, that would defeat the point of it, wouldn't it?
That's very true. Yeah, I can't fault your logic. So,
That's the backup.
You hear the sounds of, as I say, guards organising themselves outside. You gather from what you can see out the window. There are a number of people there. Sorrow, you're kind of like glancing out every now and again. You can spy at least 7 that are there, and seemingly more arriving as you proceed, or as the time passes. Assuming you're just kind of waiting it out for the time being, after a brief period of time, you see there's like a brief conference between 2 or 3 of these guardsmen. One is kind of like nods a little bit, and then goes to walk towards the stockyard and kind of pulls out a pocket somewhere. He pulls out like a white handkerchief, and he hands his spear, his polearm, to one of his compatriots, and just kind of like waves it and starts walking towards the downstairs door to the stockyard entrance. Rose and Jack, are you kind of like keeping an eye on the situation, or are you just not really looking at things?
Yeah, we're watching them.
Okay.
I see him waving the flag, so I stand in the window and wave.
Okay, sure. He begins to approach slowly, reaches the door and kind of pulls it open slightly, and says, are the hostage takers inside? Kind of like calling through the door. He's not really looking at either of you. He's kind of obscuring himself, so you can hear him, but you can't really see him. Like, you can just see that he's stood.
We got here as soon as we heard the alarm. We don't see any hostage takers here. I say in as convincing a Sarah voice as I can.
Okay, make a deception check.
How good am I at lying? Where are you, deception? Oh, I'm pretty good at lying.
Yeah, I thought you might be.
What is 12 add 6? 18?
Mm-hmm.
No. Is that right? 18?
Yeah.
Yeah, maths.
That's right. He looks around the door and just kind of like spies you and goes, "What the hell are you doing here? You know you lot aren't allowed in the town."
What? I was at the tavern last night and no one had any issues.
You shouldn't have been. Oh, you're in trouble this time, Sarah.
Oh, well, I apologize. Why am I not allowed in the town?
Don't play games.
I'm not playing games. I'm very confused. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm saying this theatrically loudly,
I
so that
understand.
presumably anyone in the house can hear.
He squints at you and says, "Who are you?"
I'm Sarah, the person who roams and pops up in taverns.
Sarah who?
The hunter, question mark?
He's just kind of like eyeing you around the door. He's really kind of giving you kind of not quite the stink eye. He's giving you a very suspicious look. It's like, all right, well, Sarah, can I come in and discuss the release of this hostage?
There's no hostage, but you can come in.
Right, and kind of like you see him inhale, steel himself for a moment, and just step clean into the door frame, clearly expecting possibly to be shot by the crossbow. I'm assuming pointing down, so not directly at him.
Yeah, I'm just kind of.
You just got it like casual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like default figure pose or something. I don't know.
Okay, so he breathes in for a second and just goes, "Huh." Right. And he kind of just like waves the handkerchief 3 times at the other guards and just walks inside. Shuts the door. Says, "So, there's no hostage."
No. I think there's been a big misunderstanding.
He kind of peers over the desk and looks at the man tied to the chair on his back.
He's not a hostage. You're free to take him.
Now. Now,
Now,
this may be something you're unfamiliar with, but sometimes when a couple love each other very much and they trust each other very much, I'm just gesturing at this point.
okay, you're trying to insinuate that that this is a marital affair, shall we say?
Yeah.
Interesting. He kind of looks at you. And you're aware that his wife has just reported that 4 people seem to have broken into their place of business and home and assaulted her husband.
Sometimes, if people are trying autoerotic asphyxiation, they can have hallucinations and delusions.
So I'm going to give you inspiration for that. It's not going to work for this time, I don't think. He's very much suspicious of you already at the moment, but you can have inspiration for later because that was inspired.
It really was.
He kind of just looks at you and says, "Right. Well, I think the best way to resolve this situation, this little misunderstanding," it's kind of like eyes going between you and Jack, says, "would be first off to release the nice man." Kind of like looks at him on the ground, who is Gunther, who you tied up previously. I believe what you did to them last time was push a pie into their mouth so that it was addled on drugs. So he's kind of lying on his back, slightly foaming at the mouth, looking far from serene. So I think the first thing we'd better do is release this man as a gesture of goodwill.
I mean, we weren't holding him, but sure.
He kind of like just looks at you, Jack, kind of assuming that you might cut the man's bonds.
Oh, yeah, I walk up and just.
Carefully.
Okay.
Yeah, carefully.
This is what the safety scissors are for.
In all fairness, like, Jack just rolled a 19 on intelligence. He's capable of working with knives and swords and things. It's fine. We won't make him roll for not cutting someone's legs off or so on. So there, you now have a limp. You now have a limp man on the floor.
Yeah, it was a shame when that happened.
Yes. He says, "Well, sir, sorry, what was your name?"
Classified.
I see.
It's an unusual one.
Mr. Classified. It's, if you wouldn't mind picking the gentleman up and taking him outside with me.
Boss.
Very good. He says, Miss, ma'am, how, Sarah. He doesn't do the bunny ears, but if you wouldn't mind waiting in here for a moment while we provide medical attention to the gentleman.
Yes, I say loudly. I'll wait here while you provide medical attention to the gentleman. Is he going outside with you?
Yeah, he kind of like gestures to the door and kind of like holds it open, as waiting for Jack to carry the man out.
So tempting to grab Manny then and throw him over my shoulder.
You hoist the unconscious gentleman, and you both head outside. He kind of walks side by side and guides you towards this group of soldiers. At which point, someone takes Gunther from you, and he kind of turns to you and says, "What would be really appreciated would be if you just come with us down to the guardhouse, just so we can smooth this whole meth out." Meth. I know. I learned my word. Sort this mess out.
It was a pie. I don't think it was meth.
I feel, sir, I should be arresting you for the meth that you're talking about.
How very dare you! I haven't touched a drop in months. I assume meth comes in drops. I don't know. Anyway,
It doesn't, but it's fine.
can I have one meth, please? Sorry. Right. He says, "Yeah. So, would you care to accompany us down to the guardhouse? It would be most courteous of you to do so."
I've got nothing to hide. I'm quite renowned around the world.
I dare say you are, sir, gallant man such as yourself. If you wouldn't mind just putting your weapons in this sack here, and my constable will look after them for the time being.
You want the big one or the little one first?
Oh, let's start with the big one first. Go from there.
So I lift up my big, like 12-foot lance and
Yeah, you kind of see one of them just like take. I assume it has a sheath, and it just like heft it, and it's just.
no, it doesn't. No, lances don't have sheaths.
Oh, is it a lance? Sorry, my bad. Yeah, very well. He kind of just like someone holding a very long flag, just holds it up in the air and it's just holding that.
Careful with that. Served me well, it has.
I'm sure, sir. I'm sure. Everything else in the bag? Just kind of like there's a person with like a Hessian sack type thing, just proffering it to you.
Take off my sword and my bow and
Okay. Are you trying to conceal anything or leave anything, or are you just genuinely putting everything in the sack?
honest man.
Absolutely fine. You do so, and he says, "Well, seeing as you've been so forthcoming, I don't think we have any need for shackles. We'll just go and gather your friends. Now, would you mind telling me how many people are in there?"
I say quite loudly, just Sarah.
I see. Thank you very much. And kind of at this point,
Was anyone watching the house?
Yes, they yeah. He's not overly believing of you, but yeah. So, he kind of gestures to like two of his men. Says, "Go in and there's a woman in there that looks like Sarah Gwillem. Go bring her out peacefully if you can."
Also, officer, there's something suspicious about that cart over there as well.
Is that so?
Yeah, strange noises coming from it. Yeah, earlier. Heard them just before the alarm was raised.
I see. Well, that's something we can sort out later. Kind of looks to the woman. The woman who you can kind of gather by context seems to be in some way related to this building you've just stormed. Kind of like nods to her, and she kind of like just gives a little bit of a nod back, looking very kind of like scared, especially at you, Jack, who stood there. Two of the men head towards the front of the stockyard. To be fair, this has become a lot less tense now, so let's just let's make this a bit more like this. There we go. So, Yeah, you see two men heading towards the door, Rose, and they say to you, "Excuse me, would you mind stepping outside of the building, please?"
I can. I'm in the middle of like tidying up the mess,
Okay.
so I'm taking my time. I'm like going, yeah, sure, just a sec. I'm just tidying,
Excellent.
like a nice person would do.
Like a nice person would do. Yes, that's absolutely fine. Really, I think that's quite all right. I think the owners would like to tidy themselves away. So, please, after you. And kind of like one of them gestures to you. They're not being overly threatening, but they are both holding weapons at this point. Just kind of like the old staff with a spear tip on the end.
Okay.
Okay. You get escorted outside. I was going to say, you get the same kind of like request. Could you please put your weapons in the bag? Are you going to do that?
What weapons do I have? I'll put my crossbow in the bag.
Okay. I don't think you've got many weapons, but maybe you just like throw in like a couple of, daggers or whatever it is. The stuff every adventurer gets when they start out at level 1.
I'll put my crossbow in the bag.
Okay, you're keeping the
crossbow
daggers.
that I'm holding.
Yeah. Okay, do you want to make me a sleight of hand check to try and hold on to any other sharp implements that you might have about your person?
They're probably concealed.
I dare say they are.
Wait, what am I doing?
You could make a deception check if you'd rather. Like, oh, I don't have any other weapons type thing. You're saying they're already concealed. Whatever you prefer.
I just kind of imagine everyone would. Sleight of hand. It's a 15 if it's a sleight of hand.
Okay. That's fine. Okay, they're rolling well today. And one of them just kind of like, you see one of them just says, excuse me, there's seems to be a knife concealed about your belt. Would you mind putting that in the bag as well?
Give me a second. I'm sorry, I'm just checking how many knives I have.
That's right. They've spotted, let's call it the one for the time being. So if you have more than one knife, you can keep the others, but one of them goes in the bag.
Okay. Fine. You're not going to take my holy water, are you?
No. This is Barovia. We don't confiscate holy water here.
Very well.
Very well. And kind of like the two of you start getting not marched, but escorted to the guardhouse.
Would you like to link arms, gentlemen?
Thank you, miss. We won't. Can't while we're on duty. You know how it is.
Very well.
Really
So-
happy you were going to skip down the road.
We
in
could,
arms.
yeah, we could have held hands and skipped. It would have been fun.
Take the pressure off.
So you start being led away to the guardhouse. It's not a very long little jaunt. You arrive there without too much incident. While this is happening, you see the Sorrow kind of out the window. You see the guard captain just turn to the other. Highlights to about 3 or 4 people, and just kind of like gestures towards the house, and they all start walking towards the house. Weapons drawn, like they're not about to come and torch the place, but they are looking like they mean to search the place for anyone else. Yaki and Sorrow, is there anything you would like to do?
Well, presumably, if they're watching the place, then we can't just climb out the window.
They do seem to be watching the window. Yeah, because you've got a visual on them.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
How many
Well-
are coming into the house?
About 3 or 4. Looks like they're kind of going to do a search through.
Okay.
How many are staying outside?
Make a perception check. You can both.
Yeah, 18.
18. Okay.
Unless it's in daylight.
It's fine. You don't have disadvantage on your things in Barovia.
Sure.
Only 11 for me.
Only 11. So you can spy 3, because you've kind of been keeping an eye on every now and again, and you think that it's kind of a similar number to what you thought there were before. A couple of them have gone with Jack and Rose. Looks like there must only be 3 now. Yaki, you realise that actually some of them are already have walked out of Soro's line of sight. There are probably 3 or 4 outside. There are 3 or 4 heading in, thereabouts.
When we came upstairs, I will recall what the going to upstairs was like. Is it like the staircase? Is it like closed off?
It's quite a narrow staircase. So
Okay.
there's a narrow staircase that leads up from kind of like the stockroom itself. Then there's a living room, and then there's a bedroom where you guys currently are, and you've barricaded yourself in the bedroom, with the bed having been used to tie some sheets, and the sheets are hanging out the window, and that's what the woman climbed down to alert the guards.
Okay. So is there a way for us to see into the living area from the bedroom where we are?
There would be if you moved the bed and opened the door. It's kind of like the rooms are next to each other, so there is a wall, and the bedroom is kind of like on the outer wall, and the living area isn't so much.
Okay. Well, I have an idea of how to deter people from conducting a thorough search of the upstairs, but it would be best
the idea?
executed if we could see the person coming through the door. I want to cast a spell that convinces them that they don't want to investigate the room. And in theory, only one person. It would only need to be on one person because it's only wide enough for one person to come through that door to the living area. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's just a standard single door.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't know if it will work, but I would like to do it anyway. So I guess I'll move the bed back a little at least, just so I can crack the door open so I can see if someone comes into the room.
Yeah, sure. Are you trying to do this quietly?
Yes.
Okay. In which case, can we get a strength check from... I'm assuming both of you are doing it, so either a strength check each or one with advantage.
Okay.
Just to try and move the bed.
Help would probably be good because I am not especially strong.
Me neither.
We can do this. Oh, okay.
Well, I got 10.
13 for me.
Okay. Between the two of you, lifted, and then there's just kind of a slight, as the bed gets put down. One of you, you're not sure which, drops their side slightly, and there's just like a as that kind of thuds into the floor. You're not sure whether the guards will have heard it or not, but they may have.
It's all right because that should work quite well with my plan.
Okay. You hear... I think you both got quite good passive perception. You hear kind of... There was the sound of movement downstairs, just of people moving around, kind of like not trying to be overly secretive. And then there's just this sudden quiet, and you hear this muffled noise of someone upstairs. Basically akin to there's someone upstairs. And there is the sound of footsteps on the stairs. You hear the door in the living room open. You hear the sound of footsteps, kind of like peering. You hear the sound of people crossing the room, slowly, cautiously peering around.
No, I as soon as I see
you haven't seen
person.
Them. Yeah, they're in the room. The door is shut at the moment. Or if you open the door so you can see them. You're in
No, we
another
have-
room at the moment.
Yeah,
in-
we're in the bedroom next
Yep.
to the living room so
Uh-huh.
that I can see the door from the stairs. So that I can see someone come into the living room.
Okay, so you're looking at the living room. Sorry, I thought you
Yeah.
still had the door shut.
Well, the purpose of moving the bed was so I could open the door and look into the room.
I misunderstood. Sorry, I thought you were trying to stop them to let them open the door a little bit, but not all the way. I thought they were the ones opening the door. Sorry.
Well, yeah, we're both. I've opened the door so I can see into the living room, so
Right.
that I can see if someone comes through the door from the stairs.
That's fine. You're looking at the living room. Gotcha. Okay, so you hear the sounds coming up the stairs. You hear and kind of like see the handle of the door into the living area start to twist.
Okay.
And yeah, kind of like the door slowly swings open. You see there is a guardsman stood there and kind of like
Okay.
starts about to
So-
step into the room.
What I am going to do at this point is cast Phantasmal Force.
Mm-hmm. Can you?
I don't want to describe it unless I know that until we know whether it's worked or not.
Okay, sure. What do I need to do?
It's an intelligence saving throw.
Okay, and what's your spell
with-
DC?
16.
Hey, it doesn't work. It does. You're happy.
Okay. Okay.
They failed.
He failed.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So I'm thinking what I want is for this person to not just not thoroughly investigate the rooms.
Mhm.
I want them to immediately turn around, go back downstairs, and do whatever they can to convince all of the other guards that there is nothing upstairs. There's nothing to see. Let's all just go. There's nothing there. So what could they possibly see that is so disturbing, so heinous, that would happen? And what this guy sees when he opens the door is his parents butt naked, going at it in the middle of the room. He can, and it's at such an angle, he can see everything, and I mean everything. Like, there's his dad's wang. Oh, it's gone. No, there it is. No, it's gone. Oh, there it is. No, it's gone.
It's quite impressive because it's it seems to have camera angles even though it doesn't because it's a real life illusion. It's horrifying.
It's all in his mind.
Yes. You know, the great thing about this is, I think with that spell, you have to use your action to investigate the illusion to try and overcome it, and I don't think they want to do that. So, yeah, you kind of like, you see this guard's face just kind of go bone white and just kind of like...
Yeah, bone.
Okay, I'm going to give you inspiration for that, but I'm going to feel bad about it as well.
Who is that for?
That's for you, Jack. Yes, so this happens. You see their face go white as a sheet, shall we say? Still not ideal. Anyway, and they just kind of like, and you just hear the door slam, and you hear the kind of, for the purposes of this, you hear the conversation between two guards going, "What are you doing?" Like, there's nothing. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Room's empty. It's like, we need to search the upstairs. You kind of hear this exchange for a good long time. You kind of hear the sounds of, like, it seems like one of the guards has maybe pushed the other one, so it's like, no, we need to go downstairs, at the point where someone actually falls down the stairs. There is a commotion. How long does the spell last? Is it like a minute?
Yeah.
Okay. So, you have a minute. It depends if you want to do anything. Because at the moment this is going to be a delaying tactic, because you, being a very intelligent wizard, know that at some point this is going to wear off and he's going to go, hang on, my parents aren't boning upstairs. So, you have a minute's worth of time, and you can hear all this kerfuffle going on. Do you want to do anything with it, or are you just going to, I don't know, try and hide, let the guards come and find you? What's your end game? You have a few minutes if you want to talk about it with Yaki as well.
I want to get away. Just want to get away, really. Like,
Have the guys that were outside kind of responded at all to the commotion?
No, they can't really hear it. So there's quite a distance between the guards. The guards are out in the street. They're closer to you. They're kind of like keeping an eye on the whole building. Yaki, you've established that there are, a couple of them out there. This seems to be like the one way that you can get into the property, like through the main courtyard / through this window. So they're stood in a place where you can largely see most things. But if you had some kind of cool plan, you could potentially cause a distraction, or you could cast a spell, or you could find some other way to... If you just wanted to leg it, that would also be an option. Like, they are stood kind of on the one side, so you could leg it in the other direction if you wanted to just jump out of a window.
that sounds quite appealing to me. Just out the window and...
Yep.
Trying to draw a diagram. So Zoro and Yaki are here.
I hope this is where we are and not what his parents are doing.
Well, it was until you mentioned that, but you're lucky I'm kind of running out of ink, as is the father. So it kind of looks no, that's awful. Wow. No.
The bad background, yeah,
think
was just
it-
making it blur the paper.
If
Just
it
draw-
resembles ink,
draw a
you should
face
see a
on it.
doctor.
Hang on, I'll where's my phone gone? It's nowhere nearby. I can't even take a photo of you and photo of it and text it to you. But yeah, basically it's kind of like a yeah. Those are your options. I'm not going to try and describe it any further because I've already disgraced
You can
myself.
jump out a window that's not being observed and leave.
The window is being observed, but you could leg it. Like, otherwise, I'd say you could just sneak out. But the kind of the main window that you'll keep peeking out of to look at the guards is the one that's on the main road and. Up to you.
Give me one sec.
I know you're making an important decision, but I can't stop laughing at the fact that this is the music that was playing while that illusion happened.
Oh yeah.
So what I'm thinking I'm gonna do is cast dancing lights, which I can use to create. I can combine the 4 lights into one vaguely humanoid form, and cast it like at the window and make it leave past the guards.
Okay.
And while they're being distracted by it, jump out the window. Well, I'll use the rope and try and sneak out the window.
Sure. So, yeah, you basically want to make it like run off, as if it's some kind of small, glowing, impish person, Mr. Burns,
Yeah.
basically, from that episode.
Yes.
Of Simpsons.
Exactly.
Cool. How far does it go? Just so I know.
Up to 120 feet.
Cool. Yeah, you've got plenty of room. So you've got about 20 or so feet from, so it can go 100 feet down the road. So like you can go a fair little lick. Let's just see. Do a quick sense check for the guards. Okay, average. They're as you do this, no problem. The illusory ball of lights formed in the person, in the form of a person, jumps out of the window. The window is already open. There is no shatter of glass, but we'll pretend there is for just dramatic effect. It lands on the ground, and you see it kind of like just hunch a little, and then just tear off up the streets. In kind of very reminiscent of like an early PlayStation PlayStation 1 era type game, that kind of graphics that's just pixelating its way down the streets. You see 3 of the 4 guards just tear off running after it. The one remains behind, just kind of like, oi, you know, kind of a bit miffed at being left behind, but decides not to leave his post. But he is currently facing the other way. If there's a time to go, it's now.
Yep. Can we go?
Stealth check,
Out the
please.
window.
Gods, look, he brings you love.
Oh, okay, that's good. My new dice is good.
I
Excellent.
only got a 10.
Okay.
21.
21.
Nice.
Okay. So, you both kind of rappel down the bed sheets and land on the floor. Sorry, you're first, and kind of like you dart and then head off in the opposite direction down an alleyway. Yaki, you do the same, but as you're kind of like turning the corner of the alleyway, you just hit, I don't know, a can or something that's in the street that just goes, and you hear the guard just shout out behind you as you vanish off into the, hi, wait, and then kind of, you're already moving. You're off and you're vanished and you're into the back streets of Vallaki. However, you seem to have got away, though you do seem to have been... They know someone else was there, but they probably didn't see you or get a good look. Okay.
Could have been Wes.
Meanwhile, at the guard's house... Or the guard house, not the guard's house, because that would be weird.
Oh,
So,
Taking a moment, had a cup of tea.
yeah.
yeah. Did they bring you tea at this when they question you here?
So Jack and Rose, you haven't been put in cells at all. You've been kind of left in one of the rooms to the side. You've never been left unattended at any point. There has always been at least a guard in a room with you, just kind of keeping an eye. But to this point, they have not tried to arrest you. They've not tried to... be aggressive with you in any way. About half an hour after you've been brought in and kind of just been left to sit for a little while, you see the captain that kind of previously spoke to you, Rose, and spoke to you, Jack, come in, sits down. There's kind of like there's like a table here. It's the equivalent of like a desk, but you know, he just comes, sits at this table, takes out parchment and a quill, and just kind of like licks the end, just prepares to take a statement, and says, "So, would you care to draw up a seat?"
I take the parchment and the pen.
I was going to do exactly the same.
I see. It's going to be one of those kind of days, isn't it? He kind of just gives you a little bit of a smile, like, you know, he's in on the joke. Right. Please, take a seat.
I pick up a seat and put it under my arm and start to walk towards the door.
Back here, please, sir. And you kind of like see 2 guards just step into the doorway to block you from exiting. Now, sir, madam, I'm sure you can appreciate what a serious situation this is. And while you've certainly been most not hospitable, you've been most gracious, and after you tied up our Stockyard manager, you didn't beat him, and you know, that's always nice. But you, from what I've been told, you did break into a stockyard. Well, break it in a little loose, it's a stockyard. You tied up a man and went through his papers for seemingly no reason. Can I just ask, what exactly is going on?
I mean, was that the testimony of the man? The man with the drugs?
The man and the woman, yes.
That man was not fit to give testimony. He was very Drugs, very drugs.
Very drugs, yes. I see. Well, the thing is, we're familiar with very drugs here in Vallaki. We're quite an open-minded village. However, the person who reported the crime was, of course, his wife, who did say that strangers had broken into her business and tied up her husband.
My question on this, can she identify the strangers? Because
Well, no,
as far as
because we surrounded the building immediately and no one came in or left apart from her.
well, there was that time between her raising the alarm and you getting to the stockyard where someone could have entered, as we did. We heard a strange noise coming from the wagon, so we started to investigate, and then we heard the alarm, so we ran into the house to see what was going on, and we found this poor gentleman tied up behind the counter.
Sir, I think we both know that that is a lot of old horse cobblers.
I know my horse cobblers, I can tell you that.
I don't doubt it, sir. I don't doubt it. But perhaps a little honesty might be in order. No one's been hurt after all. There's only a minor infraction, perhaps first-time offence. Strangers in a strange land and all that. Perhaps you could just illuminate me.
Can any of us cast light?
Unfortunately,
I'm going to start giving you disadvantage for all these. Oh.
One time I'm not dizzy.
Anyway, so this conversation is going to go on for a little while. He's basically going to try and find out exactly what you were doing. He has, so basically, how much information are you revealing to him? He also asks who you are, Rose. So take some time to think about that. We'll come back to you. In the meantime, Sorrow and Yaki, you've vanished into the back streets. What are you going to do next?
I'm over it now. That bit's done.
Okay.
So now that I'm just out of the house, I can go about my own business. So I am going to. I was in the process of sorting out my spider climb scroll and copying it into my book. So I would like to go and find some kind of ink shop, magical ink, where they sell magical ink for magic.
Okay. We'll call this.
I'm going to put my hood up, and I don't have a hood in real life.
Mhm.
So imagine, if you will, a hood. And I'm going to look like a magical person going to a magical shop for magical ink that is magic.
Okay. We'll call this an investigation check to search Vallaki for a magical ink shop.
Excellent. It is 16.
16. You find that Vallaki doesn't have many shops. There is a place where you can buy stationery and the like. You can buy a very when you go in, you speak to the shopkeep and they say essentially, we don't have much in the way of magical ink. We've got a little bit, but it's going to be quite expensive and there's not a huge amount of it. So basically you'd be looking at kind of like about 25 gold's worth, but they're asking for like 100 gold for it. And it kind of you gather from what they tell you that there isn't a huge amount of magical ink and therefore they can charge what they like for it. So it may be possible to get some other place, you don't know. Maybe they're lying, but...
Well, can I tell if they're lying?
Or do you want to make... Yeah, make an insight check.
I cannot read the numbers on this dice. That is 21.
21. They certainly believe they're telling the truth. So as far as they know, they've got kind of probably the only magical ink available.
I see.
In Vallaki, you've noticed there are quite a few boarded up houses, much less so than in Barovia, but it does seem like there are fewer shops than you might expect in a normal flourishing town.
I am going to cast Phantasmal Force.
I see. Okay.
That's a joke.
That's a joke.
I'm
Okay. I was ready for it.
joking. Right. They want 100 gold. That's just ludicrous. It sounds like they want me to hurt them, to be honest.
Are you saying this out loud in front of them?
No, this is me this is my inner monologue.
That's fine.
My inner monologue says that sounds like a load of horse cobblers.
It certainly is. Like you,
and
you
I
can...
know horse cobbler because I ate some horse cobbler last night. It was delicious.
It's weird because the package said it was beef cobbler.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was too lean though. You could tell.
That's what happens when you buy the old Findus
Crispy pancakes.
cobbler. That's what happens. I'm not sure what to do here. I haven't got that amount of money.
The kind of like you have this brief exchange. There's kind of like a little bit of an exchange, and the person says, "It's not likely to be going anywhere. You want to go away and come back some other time? That's fine. We'll still be here waiting for you, probably." They give you the advice that like there are rumours that magical supplies could be found elsewhere. There is another village which you haven't visited called Kresk. It says, I don't know what supplies they've got over there, but they might have some. And there's also a couple of odd ruins here and about. You could always try investigating there if you wanted to go have a route through. We've had wizards in and about the place in the past. Maybe they've got some old supplies there. Who knows? Or you can come back with extra cash.
Are there any other wizards in town or passing through that you know of?
No, last wizard we had was about a year ago. There was a wizard who turned up in the land wearing all this weird foreign garb, and they rounded up a bunch of villagers, went to kill Strahd, and then they got thrown off a waterfall.
Right.
I assume he took all his stuff with him. I don't know.
I see.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I just walk out in disgust.
What was the name of the elf wizard?
The elf wizard, as in the one you visited last time?
Yeah.
Casimir.
Can I ask them if Casimir's ever bought any from them?
No. They don't tend to come within the walls of the town. It's not that they're not allowed. It's just they tend to keep to themselves, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, you can try it with Starny. Starny might have some. They got some sorcerers among them, I think. Of course, he only says this to Yaki because Sora's already walked out. But
that's right.
Yes.
I'll walk out and relay that information.
Okay. Yeah. So what would you guys like to do in the meantime? I'm just checking. Are you going to go and like try and mount some kind of rescue, or are you just seeing how things play out? You're off doing your own bits now. Up to you. Just trying to get a feeling for what you are doing.
I'm doing my own.
That's fine.
Business.
Yaki, anything you'd like to do?
Not particularly. I might try and just have a look at the outside at where the guards are based. I don't know if I know where the guards are based.
Sure. Make me a quick
trying to
perception.
find the guard.
It's not hard to find. It's not like a hidden, guardhouse. It's
30-20.
30-20. Lovely. Sorry, are you travelling with Yaki, or are you just off doing your own bits, copying in spells and stuff? And
Sorry, was Yaki going?
Yaki's
the
going to
guardhouse?
head over to the guardhouse. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
No. Okay. Cool.
Kind of went into town with Sorrow and then.
Cool. Sorry, you probably would head back to your room at the Blue Water Inn to kind of like start copying in spells and bits if that's what you want to do. Absolutely fine. In the meantime, Yaki, you head over to the guardhouse. You look around outside. Everything seems fairly straightforward. What you do notice is that there is a man. You're kind of like stood in the mouth of an alleyway, just very surreptitiously keep an eye on the guardhouse. And you notice that there is another alley slightly further down the street, and that there's a man stood there who's not so surreptitiously keeping an eye on you. It doesn't seem to be a guard, just seems to be a man kind of dressed in quite drab greys and dark browns. Just keeps an eye on you. Notices you looking at him. Just gives you a little nod. But just very clearly keeps an eye on you.
In which case I'll go up to him.
As you approach, he kind of just stands up from the wall he's been leaning against. There's... Hello.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. My name's Ernst, and he just extends a hand, like a gloved hand.
Yeah, sure. I'll take his hand.
I've been asked to keep an eye on you and your compatriots while you're in town.
By who?
By my employer.
Well, yes, who's your employer?
I was just getting to that. She is someone interested in your progress while you're in Vallaki. She has a strong interest in the good of the town, and couldn't help but notice your exploits earlier. News travels fast and all that, and was wondering if you might like to come to dinner.
And who is your employer again?
Oh, sorry. Forgetful. Her name's Lady Watcher.
And she pays someone else to watch me. There's an irony there.
Her name is actually spelt differently, but I just can't pronounce it properly. So we're calling her Lady Watcher so that I don't
Fair enough.
slur the name on camera.
But I think, are we assuming that the name when you call her Lady Watcher,
I think her real name is Lady Wachter, but I'm not saying Wachter every time. So
I mean, I think you should. But are we assuming then that that's what everyone's saying when we say Lady Watcher? We're actually saying Lady Wachter.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
fine. We're doing
fine.
the whole Star Trek voice language communication thing.
In which case, the homophonic pun won't work. Oh, well, cool. In which case, don't say that. Should I have heard of her?
I mean, if you're new in town, I don't see why there's any reason why you should. But she's an upstanding citizen, shall we say. Very interested in ensuring Vallaki is well cared for. Potentially interested in meeting people such as yourselves, those who catch the attention of he who shall not be named, and he kind of like titters away to himself as if he's made some very funny joke. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Well, I mean, you're doing your very best to make the whole thing sound very suspicious, but
Oh, thank you. Yes, that's exactly what I'm I'm trying to do.
wonderful. In which case, sure. I mean, in terms of companions, there's two of them in the guardhouse there, and one of them is, I don't know, off doing her own thing.
It's all right. I'm sure you have. Well, you seem like an resourceful lot. So, shall we say dinner tomorrow here? And he kind of like takes out a piece of parchment with the address on it. Just gives you kind of brief directions from where you are to the house itself. There's we'll expect you would say around 7.
Sure.
Pleasure. In the meantime, if you see me, pretend you don't.
Oh, sure. Presumably, if we meet Lady Watcher, then I'll pretend that I never saw you at any point, and
Just gives
you're
you a
very
little.
good at being stealthy.
Wonderful. Thank you. Right. And he kind of like just wanders off down the alleyway and then stands like behind a crate, just crouched slightly, peering at you.
Out of interest, if I wasn't supposed to see you, how are you going to deliver this message?
I would have approached you, he says from behind the crate.
Okay, cool. Good to know.
Very well. In the meantime, Jack and Rose, you have been talking to the captain for some time. He's been trying his best to get an actual answer out of you. He doesn't seem to buy into any nonsense. Is there anything in particular you would like to say to this person? Or are you sticking with your story that you've said so far? Sticking with the story?
I would like to ask to speak to him in private.
Okay. He kind of looks at you with a strange eye. Very well. Officer, could you just escort this gentleman out for a moment, please? Jack, you get escorted out into another room. Kind of just a little alcovey bit. And the captain looks across at you and says, yes, how can I help?
I turn back into myself.
Ah. There's kind of like a brief moment of not shock, but just like he registers the change, but doesn't seem overly surprised. That's better. It's very nice to meet you. What may I call you, Ms.
I'm Rose.
Nice to meet you,
Now-
Rose. Kind of writes it down, says, my name is Captain Brian Lannock.
Hi, Brian.
Please, call me Brian. So, what was it you wanted to tell me?
Now, I don't know what happened at the thing, whatever it was, that place with the man and the. I don't really know what happened.
At the
But I
Stockyard?
do. Yeah, that's the one. I just couldn't remember what it was called.
Of course.
Now, I have been traveling with Jack, and I still don't really know what happened. But I do know that we've all been to Ravenloft. And I don't know if maybe actions taken maybe by Jack may have been. Maybe he's been affected by having been in Ravenloft.
I see. He's been maintaining quite a jovial air until now. There's a brief mention of Ravenloft, and you kind of just see him like, it's like that thing where you see someone snap a pencil, just like at a sudden surprise or something. Some kind of like involuntary movement. You just think kind of like a little twinge at the mention of Ravenloft. There's yeah, well that does tend to happen when they stay in Barovia for a prolonged period of time. Not all of us as good as keeping our spirits up as you and me, eh? It's good to know. So, do you say this Jack is a danger to himself and others?
Oh no, not at all. I'm just
No,
saying
it didn't seem like it.
He occasionally may act on impulse, and I'm essentially, in not these words, but I am heavily implying that he should just be let go and everything is fine.
Listen, I'll be honest. This is all quite confusing. From what I can see, this impulsive incident, as you describe it, seems to be just that. I can't detect any malice in yourself or in your compatriot, or in fact in anyone else who might have been in that building, or may not have been. It's very hard to say at this point. I really don't want to pass this on to my superiors. We get a couple of your lot coming through each time, every now and again. And by your lot, I mean people from outside of Barovia. It's, generally speaking, quite a chaotic experience most times, and you seem nicer than some of the others. So I'm inclined to let you go and not bother my superior with it, who is a man you would not want to trifle with, shall we say. So, if I could get your assurances, perhaps that you won't break into any other civilian abodes or places of business for the duration of your stay, perhaps we could file this under case closed.
Yes, I can assure you we won't be breaking into places. Why would we do that? That
Smash
seems...
cut to Sorrow breaking into a place to steal the magic ink.
I really hope so. It's kind of at this point, Rose, that you see two men seemingly burst through the door of the room that you're in. One is quite a portly, not elderly gentleman, but let's call him late 50s. And the other man behind him is certainly a lot younger, probably late 20s, early 30s. Bald-headed, looks real hench. Like, this guy could have been a WWE wrestler back in the day type hench. And you see the kind of the more portly gentleman say, Oh, what's going on here? What are these people doing, being held? Lanark, you great ox, why are you doing this? And Lanark looks up and says, Burgomaster, lovely to see you. I was just having a little chat with our friend Rose here. We were just reassuring one another that there'd be no further miscommunications, was it?
Yeah.
Lovely. Yes, Miss Rose and her companion outside were just about to make a hasty getaway. And the Burgomaster goes,
I do have a couple of questions. The Burgomaster. He's been addressed as that, right?
Yeah. They've identified the gentleman in the room.
Oh, have you seen my friend Irina? I think that's where they were going.
Yes. They were. They. Of course. Yes, Irina must be your friend. Yes. Yes, she and her brother were coming for dinner with me this evening. I believe I extended the invitation to yourselves.
Oh well. Yes, that's very kind.
Fantastic.
I'm
I
sure
would be
we'll be there.
mortified if any friends of Irina had been accused of some misdeed that they hadn't committed. Oh my.
I have one more question for the captain. I assume it's the captain, the guard guy.
Yeah. Sure.
Why? What's Sarah done? Why is she not allowed in town?
You at the mention of this, you see the Burgermeister just like bristle almost immediately, and the man stood behind him, like the hired muscle, clearly just kind of like tenses for a second. You see like a vein pop on his neck, and the captain says, "Oh, I'm sure I don't know what you mean. I'll just escort you out, Miss Rose," and just kind of like walks you very swiftly out the room, mutters in your ear and says, "Yeah, probably wouldn't mention her name too much. She's not popular around here." You get out of earshot of the Burgermeister and the other man, and he kind of turns around and says, She's one of Ravenloft's finest, shall we say. Is a fan of the full moon, take my meaning?
She works for Strahd, and she is a.
You don't obviously have to keep stop talking.
She works for Strahd.
Yeah. And he just kind of like nods and just says, yeah, she and some of her pack come through her every now and again, and it's generally a chaotic time for all. She's
Oh dear.
officially, well, her and her lot are officially banned from the village, though, to be honest, if we tried to kick him out, if there was more than a couple, we'd struggle. So...
I see.
The higher-ups tend to not like to think about it much. They just like us to move them on when they come in.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to our continued not having to talk to each other again.
Yes.
That's
I
right.
too would not like to talk to any more police officers.
I like to hear it. You kind of walk past Jack. He says, "All right, Sunshine, you're out."
Jack, we can go. It's all good.
Cool. He kind of says, "You see the sergeant at the desk for your stuff back." They take some time trying to get the lance out because it's taken quite a while to get it in. What with it being so high, so they've had to do some weird like Tetris maneuvers. But yeah,
Always a shame when you can't get it in.
what was that?
Always a shame when you can't get it in.
It's more frightening when you can't get it out.
Yeah, there is that as well.
You both got inspiration, so I can't do anything. But yeah. Anyway, so
Do you want me to give you a hand with it, guys? I can get it out for you.
I'm going to wait outside.
Yaki, you see Rose emerge, and then a few minutes later, you see Jack backing outwards, holding a massive lance,
And also the weapon.
and also the weapons. Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of see Yaki like having a look at all the sort of angles of approach and scribbling notes as if trying to plan a daring heist, and then sees you walking out. It's like, oh, okay,
Okay.
good to see you again.
Yeah, I'm sure it would have been a good heist. But
I should introduce you. Actually, I didn't catch his name. This guy's following us. What was your name again?
You hear from down the alley. My name's Ernst.
That's the one. Ernst is following us. He invited us for dinner tomorrow with Lady Watcher.
is it tomorrow or tonight?
Tomorrow.
So dinner with that guy tomorrow, the lady tomorrow, because the Burgermeister's invited us for dinner tonight.
I mean, we're getting a full social calendar here.
Yeah. It's
reckon
quite a
the
lot, isn't it?
I reckon the Burgermeister's going to have burgers.
For your sake, Jack, I hope so.
Gothic horror at its finest.
I'm just writing a little calendar.
Excellent.
So tonight is with the completely normal Burgermeister. I'm going to write mayor. I'm not trying to spell that.
Yep.
And tomorrow is with the definitely not shifty Watcher lady.
I mean, to be fair, the bloke that she hired to follow us was the one that was shifty. I assume she's shifty by extension, but... Oh, also, if she asks, we never saw Ernst.
I mean, I haven't seen him. I just heard a voice.
Oh, that's true.
You're very
If she asks-
kind.
None of us saw Ernst.
Who said that? Ha ha ha.
Uh,
You're doing a great job, Ernst.
Sorrow wandered off as well. Possibly planning to break into a shop for Magic Ink, but who could say?
I did kind of promise we wouldn't do any breaking and entering.
Ah, shit. Well,
I'm
I'll be
sure
up for the
Sorrow
shits
wouldn't.
then.
Sorrow is persuasive in ways that don't always involve breaking and entering. I'm sure.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
So, what would you like to do in the meantime while you wait for dinner?
Is a brick about to go flying through a shop window?
What time is it?
That's a good question. Let's say, is there anything you want to do with the rest of the day? Should we? If yeah, that's.
I don't think so.
Otherwise, it's
I
about 5
can't
o'clock.
really remember why we came here.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Jack and Yaki, important information, and I will fill Sorrow in when we get back to Sorrow. You know Sarah from the bar?
Hmm.
Sarah is Sarah works for Strahd, and
Alright.
she is she likes the full moon. It makes her really teethy, I imagine. She's
So
not
she's
very
a
well
werewolf.
liked here. I guess. No one
Hmm.
actually said werewolf, but I'm assuming.
That'd be a weird euphemism for something else. That's interesting. That kind of suggests that Falaki as a whole is not a fan of Strahd. If they don't like someone who works for him. Lady Watcher apparently is interested in meeting people who might have the interests of the city at heart or something. So, I don't know. Either she's on the same side as the town, doesn't like Strahd, and therefore is worth meeting, or she's on Strahd's side and could be quite interesting to meet anyway.
Yeah. Also, free food.
And free food. And I know what the Burgermeister wants.
He invited Arena and
Ismark.
thank you. I couldn't think of the name without the J in front of it. Yeah, invited them for dinner, and apparently has extended the invite to us because we're friends of Arena's, and he wouldn't like to see any friends of Arena's in trouble with the guards or arrested or some kind of misunderstanding. It sounds like we're pretty good because we have Arena on side.
All right, well, we should probably keep it that way then.
Me and Arena are great now. It's fine.
No, I just meant by going for dinner, and sounds like it would be a good idea.
Yes.
Okay. So I was going to say, we can, unless there's anything you'd like to do, we can flash forward to everyone arriving at Burgermeister Mansion.
Is everyone like if I went back to the inn, do people come back to the inn? Because I haven't reconvened with people yet.
I'm imagining like I went walking up and down the street. You know, like if you get lost in Tesco when you're a kid, just looking for Sorrow down all the street.
You're saying when you're only a kid. I did that last week.
I mean, I would imagine that Sorrow, the Yaki might know that Sorrow is back at the inn.
I would
Oh,
probably
okay.
make that guess. I don't think. I mean, did Sorry tell Yaki where they were going, or did Sorry just walk off in that direction?
I don't know. I can't remember how it was described now. I don't know.
Or we just both walked off in the direction, assuming that was where the other one would be going.
I guess when I walked off in the direction of the pub. Inn.
Yeah, I'll at least say that she went in that direction. That's where I guess she is.
Oh, well, we can just go to the pub then.
Yeah.
Okay, so then presumably people tell me about all of these dinner plans we suddenly have.
Yep.
Yeah, we
Welcome.
have dinner plans.
It's gone very Pride and Prejudice, hasn't it?
I don't know if this is a thing I should know already, but what is the connection between the Burgermeister and Irina.
Was Irina's dad the Burgermeister of
The
other.
Barovia?
Yeah.
And
So you.
she and sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say, you remember that their purpose in coming to Vallaki was to try and secure housing because they felt it would be safer to not be under the shadow of a vampire who had
Okay.
a vested interest in one of them.
So is the Burgermeister like? I'm making an assumption here that Rose will have just told me that the Burgermeister wants to make to friends of Irina's are like friends of his or whatever. They're chummy, are they? He likes Irina, does he?
Yeah, I think, right?
Seems
You
like
say
it.
like Serena.
Not in a Strahd way.
Yeah, I don't mean
Okay.
it in a Strahd way, no. I
Fair
mean
enough.
in a he likes Irina and wants to do things that make Irina
Again, not in a
happy.
Strahd way.
Not in a Strahd way.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if perhaps if he's in charge of this place, like before we go off anywhere, it might be useful if we had some supplies. And if this dude is in charge of this whole place, then perhaps he might be able to persuade some of the local merchants to fit us out with some materials for a reasonable price instead of an astronomical price that makes me want to go and burn their house down.
That would make sense.
Oh, to be fair, you didn't promise the guard that we wouldn't burn anyone's houses down.
That is true. Yeah, it was
Yes.
that you did say that we would only not break and enter, but perhaps as a starting point, he might like to, maybe if Irina asked him or suggested to him that perhaps, because we're going on this quest, that it might help if we were kitted out before we leave Vallaki. He might listen to her.
Yes, this is true. He certainly has any friend of Irina is a friend of mine vibe.
Well, this is good. Let's
Oh,
get
and
Irina.
he's got a WWE guy.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Who's his like guard.
Amazing. Well, if we can, let's see if we can get Irina to get him on our side, perhaps.
Very well.
Oh yeah, and Sarah's a werewolf, and she works for Strahd.
Oh, interesting. She works for Strahd, does she? Okay.
Also, we only promised no breaking and entering. So what if we just enter or we just break?
Weirdly enough, I was having this conversation earlier. I think it counts as trespassing if you do not break and enter. But we did only promise to not break and enter. But we probably shouldn't.
So if we tried, a doorknob and it just happened to be unlocked.
Like Richard Ramirez style.
I don't know,
Yeah, well, that
that's-
wouldn't count. It wouldn't count as breaking, would it?
Maybe we should see if the Burgermeister can help before we.
Yeah.
As you're having this discussion, presumably somewhere in the vicinity of the Blue Water Inn, you notice Ismark and Irina, who have just come downstairs from their room, or their separate rooms, having prepared themselves for dinner. They said, "What's this? Oh, hello." You
How
look-
Hello.
undressed do I feel looking at them?
Uh,
Are they
make,
like dressed up?
make an insight check.
That'd be a 16.
A 16. Okay. Not overly. You get the feeling that neither of them have brought too many fancy clothes with them. They're just wearing like a relatively clean shirt and some kind of double or doublet, however you're meant to say it. That kind of thing. They look well together, but not overly so.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah, you're probably all right. So, yes. So, did you decide if you're going to come for dinner with us tonight?
Yeah, I want to come for dinner.
Oh, excellent. What about the rest of you?
Yeah, we'll turn.
See, since you said Pride and Prejudice, I'm imagining Ismark as like Bingley.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, that. Yeah, very much. Crispin Bonham Carter vibes. Yeah. Excellent. You, Jack, you coming?
I'll always come.
Fantastic.
Said like every cis man.
Irina stabs a fork into her leg. Okay, well, we were
I
just
also just realised who we were talking to at that point.
Yep. Yep.
I assumed it was on
Jack-
purpose.
Jack
No.
canonically flirting with his mark.
Yep. It's someone
It's
clip
canon
that,
now.
please. Yeah, you make your way out of the blue
Also,
water.
do I need to cast like cure wounds on Ismar Arena for the
Yeah, I'm
stabbing
slightly
herself with a fork?
concerned.
No, it was a point of damage. It's fine. She kind of tosses the fork back down on the table. Says, "Yes, well, those kind of remarks aside, shall we go for dinner?"
Yeah, that's gonna bruise. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
It's for dinner.
Okay. You make your way out of the Blue Water Inn and head south to the Burgermeister's house. It is one of the more well-together buildings in Malaki. You can see that it's been painted regularly. The gardens are, I mean, kind of scrub-like, but they look like someone's at least tried to maintain them. You get the vibe of the place that it's somewhere that is maintained by wealth and kind of out of one of those. The person within likes to be thought well of, that kind of thing. You arrive at the door. You're shown in to the waiting area before the Burgermeister appears downstairs with his what you assume to be his wife. He says, hello everyone. How are we all? We're all hungry, ready for some burgers?
Are we actually having burgers?
No, it's just a joke I make for everyone. Come on in. Kind of like blusters his way through to the dining room where you see.
Does he say capital as he does so?
Yes, he does. Capital. So, and he leads everyone into the dining room. There is himself. Apart from yourselves, Irina and Ismark, who are all seated at the table, there is himself, his wife, and who he describes as their son. Though you don't see much of a resemblance between him and the child. The child kind of looks a bit more like the mother, who is kind of very not skeletal, but like she's overly thin in many ways. Kind of like she's got very elongated joints, and you can see that the son is kind of taken on a number of these characteristics. But he also has this kind of weird wiry look to him. He looks like he perhaps spends most of his time indoors and not socializing, which you get the impression of when he sticks one of his legs up on the chair and just kind of starts skewering things with a fork and just kind of almost growls at one of you when you go to reach for something that's on a plate near him. Just looks at you with this very kind of like squirrely stare.
I mean, you said he was a child. Like, is this like a teenager?
Oh no, this is a young man.
Oh, okay, right. I was going to
Yeah.
say this is normal behavior for a lot of teenage boys.
Yeah, no, you'd guess that he's probably about 21, maybe.
I mean, still.
Fair point. So the Burgermeister is there at the far end, kind of like sat next to his wife, just cajoling and capital. His son, who he introduces as Hector, he is down the far end, looking squirrely at you. And you see Sorrow. You see that Hector occasionally catches your eye and just kind of like stares at you, not in an aggressive way, but just like in a curious. Well, okay, kind of an aggressive way, but an aggressively curious.
I stare back in an aggressive way and do not blink.
He kind of like offers you a chicken bone.
I ignore the chicken bone and continue to aggressively stare at him.
Okay.
I think he likes you.
After a while, he just could start gnawing back on the chicken. He kind of just looks at you a bit. And, make an insight check for me.
Okay, no, that's covered up. That is 18.
Okay. You do notice some traits about him that seem almost familiar to you in some very strange way. You get a vibe about him that there are aspects of him that are quite similar to you in some ways. You do notice, like, on his hands, on his right hand specifically, there are like a number of like ink stains, and it looks like he spends a lot of time kind of like hunched over parchment. Just by the way he sits, he's kind of like scribbling away. So he does, even though he seems somewhat feral, he does seem to have some kind of intellect to him. Jack, throughout the conversation at the table, you have Ismark kind of opposite you, with Arena sat next to him, and he seems to at least be trying to engage you more in conversation a bit more. Like, he went through a stage of being quite worried about you, given your recent change in mood and attitude under certain situations, but he does seem to be trying to make some effort to smooth that over. It's nice to be in a city that isn't overshadowed by a castle, wouldn't you say, Jack? Righto then. And he kind of, in fairness to him, he does try and continue this conversation probably longer than he should have, but eventually kind of tails off and just enjoys the food. The food is reasonable fare. It's probably not what anyone of you would call a banquet, but it is certainly one of the better meals you've eaten since you've arrived in Brovia. There is a...
Is there horse cobbler?
There is not horse cobbler.
Because that's my favourite.
Oh, I do apologise. It's been a while since we've had a horse cobbler in the house. I'll see to the chef. Kind of like rings a little bell that he has secreted about his person.
Is there cobbler of any kind?
Why, yes, my dear. We couldn't very well have a dinner with everyone without a peach cobbler.
Oh, good. I like those.
Excellent.
Oh, it's peach cobbler. I thought perhaps we might just eat a cobbler.
Very droll. Very droll. Very droll indeed.
I look at him as if I do not get the joke.
Yeah, he kind of laughs it off and just keeps smiling around. Is there anything anyone would like to do during this meal before I progress it slightly?
Is he talking to us at all, or are we all just like cramming burgers and horse cobbler into our faces?
He's talking a lot in the way that, if you imagine like a stereotypical rich man who talks a lot without really saying much and is just full of hot air, he's oh yeah, of course. And then I invested in this Bitcoin thing and NFTs. He's got very much that kind of vibe, and it's like yes.
How's that working out for you?
Oh, it's fantastic. I so never regretted it a day in my life. Oh, it's brilliant. Never been more prosperous. And yeah, he does a good job of bigging himself up and just making himself seem very important. But anyone who is even vaguely insightful can clearly see that he's full of shit. His wife is just there to kind of like every now and again will nervously laugh at one of his jokes, but it's very clearly kind of like a nervous laughter. But yes. So, sorry, were you going to say something?
I was going to say that perhaps I might comment upon the house and how nice the house looks, and could we perhaps have a tour of this lovely building? Surely the finest in Vallaki.
Oh, yes, it is. I do pride myself on it being the finest building in Vallaki, I must say. But yes, you strike me as one of the more learned types. You perhaps might like to see my library.
I would be very interested to see your library, good sir.
Excellent. Well, after dinner, we shall certainly arrange that little trip round the building for everyone. Yeah.
Sorry, I just really like his laugh.
He proceeds. Is Mark and Arena kind of broached the topic of potentially living in Vallaki over the course of the dinner? It seems to be reasonably well received. The Burgermeister promises them, oh yes, you must have one of the abandoned houses. I'm sure some of the peasants have died recently. We'll just clean that out and fix it up for you. And just kind of waves it away as, of course, my dear boy, type thing. And it's kind of towards the end of the meal. The cobbler has been taken away and the peach cobbler is being brought out. And he says, oh, of course, tomorrow it's a festival of the blazing sun. I suspect you would you'd all enjoy taking part in that, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? And he kind of like looks around, kind of assuming you'll all say yes to begin with, without even telling you a thing about it.
Is it the 20th of the 4th month?
It's not, as it happens. It is. It's a little festival. I devised it myself. I'm very proud of this. You see, I don't like to claim myself a genius, but well, others have been known to say it.
Are you sure you don't like to proclaim yourself a genius?
He kind of like gives you a little knowing wink. Oh well, God, you've caught me. Yes, you see, I've discovered a way to remove Vallaki from the land of Barovia. You see, all we have to do is think happy thoughts. And
sorry, what?
Yes, it's quite obvious when you actually think about it. All we have to do is think happy thoughts. What's the best way to do that in order to remove the entire town out of Barovia? Well, it's to hold amazing festivals where people have a wonderful time and everyone celebrates and cheers.
Sorry, I'm sure everyone else here might be understanding, but I am unable to keep up with your great intellect. Maybe you should, maybe you can fill in some of the blanks there. So, how does thinking happy thoughts make you all like physically leave Barovia, like disappear from Barovia?
Oh well, I
You just mean like spiritually leave? You'll still be in the same place, but you'll no longer.
No,
be...
that's the genius of it. It'll be physically removed. I have good authority that's been done before, and he kind of, you hear him ramble away for a little while. He references several books and texts. You've never heard of these books, but he's kind of like citing them as if they're obvious sources, and says, oh, yes, and of course the certain people of the something tribe did this, and it kind of states a couple of examples. It's like, yeah, and of course they were able to leave the Shadow Realm of thing, and this adventurer brought this book when they came along. Of course they're dead now, and just starts referencing other books that, again, you've never heard of, and you're fairly sure that some of these may have been kids' books that he's misunderstood. But he does seem fairly convinced that literally the power of positive thoughts should be enough to get everyone out of Barovia, and will literally transport the town to another plane of existence. And he kind of over let's say a good hour of detailed explanation, where your doubts are clearly expunged. He explains that all that has to happen is for everyone in Vallaki to be well and think happy thoughts, essentially. And he kind of explains this, his mantra, which is, all will be well. And you have heard him say this multiple times across the evening now that you think about it. And come to think of it, you can't think of anyone else in the town who said this. But
Has he cited Julian of Norwich?
Quite possibly.
That's a very good reference.
I'm sorry.
It's Julian of Norwich was a religious writer who wrote Revelations of Divine Love and is very famous for saying, and all shall be well.
Ah, yes, then that is a very good reference in that case. Says, but yes, of course, I'm sure you'll want to attend, and you're welcome to take part if you'd like, as honoured guests.
Why is it called the Blazing Sun Festival then?
Well, you see, we've constructed this marvellous device. It's obviously seen the sun in Barovia for quite some time. And so what do? We create our own. And he kind of like gestures to a window. It's quite dark outside, but you can see in the back garden there is some kind of large structure. Looks like it maybe were made of wood or something along the... And of course, we'll burn the effigy and it will return the sun and, well, maybe metaphorically. I don't know if it'll actually work. But there's no reason why we shouldn't lift the people's spirits with a little, little blaze. God, that's killing my throat.
Everyone does like a party.
There are better
Exactly.
options for things to blaze.
And he kind of like
people to be happy, but there we go.
he's busy quaffing some wine. He hears nothing but positive things from everything that everyone's said to him so far. But yes. So shall I make a space for you at the podium, or?
Is it during the day?
Yes, of course.
I was going to say, we do have plans in the evening.
Oh, I
Is
see.
there something else I need to add to the calendar?
Well, it's up to you, of course. I'm sure you're very busy, very important people. Of course.
Honoured guests, you said. Is that right?
Oh, yes, of course. Of course. Any friends of Irina and Idmark, the noble house of Barovia, must, of course, be welcome.
Thank you very much. I would be very happy to take a place on the podium, and it would be a great privilege to spend some time with such an important man as yourself.
Of course. And he kind of just gives you a very gracious smile, as if, you're the most valuable person in this room to him right now. Just,
Sure, might as well join.
Capital. And what about you, Master Jack? Will you be joining us?
I shall.
Ah, fantastic. And Miss Rose, will you complete the party?
Yes, I've added it to the calendar.
Fantastic. I
Did-
shall
did
send
you
you a
write it in
Google
pen?
invite.
It's all written in pencil, mostly because
okay.
I can't spell.
Fantastic. Well, he kind of like stands up as the cobbler is finished. My friend, I suppose I promised you a little tour of the house, didn't I? He kind of gives you a wink, Sorrow. So he shows you all around a number of the rooms of the house. Are you going to try and do anything specific while you're being shown around the house, or are you just ingratiating yourself?
I am interested to see his library, if he has a library.
Mhm.
I am also interested to know about his son.
Mhm.
And as I have noticed that his son has inky hands. I think his son has got some inky ink, and I would like to know, where it is, like eyes akimbo for ink, and that kind of paraphernalia. Also, I'm just interested to know about the son, because I am.
Okay, are you talking to the son directly, or are you asking him about the son?
Is the son coming with us on the tour?
He seems to be at the moment, yes.
Okay.
Like, he's certainly there at the start. He may tail off at some point, depending. But
Has the Burgermeister given us his son's name?
yeah, he says it's Hector.
Hector, sorry, I was definitely paying attention and already knew that.
It's okay.
I maybe while we're walking, perhaps I'll at one point drop sort of back and next to the sun. Perhaps.
Okay, so he begins showing you around. He kind of avoids the lower areas like the servants' quarters and all those kind of things, and just begins showing you the finer bit of the house. Leads you, of course, up the double staircase onto the first floor. Look at the wallpaper is all red. There's plush velvet curtains that, on second glance, are clearly quite old and moth-eaten, but look quite nice to begin with. Everything's well lit and warmly lit, shall we say? Sorry.
Does he say staircases? For there are several.
He doesn't actually. There are, you do spot several staircases, but he is gracious enough not to mention it. He's showing you around, like there's bits of artwork he's showing you around, and he shows you around a number of rooms, kind of showing here's the guest bedrooms, here's the other guest bedrooms. It seems to actually be a relatively nice house, despite the fact it's quite aged at this point. However, at one point, you see him says, "Oh, I must show you this. It's most amusing. This is the bedroom of my stepson, Isaac." And he kind of like just opens this door, and you see what is a very Spartan room in most regards. There is a bedside table, there is like a small lamp, there is a small sleeping cot, and he says, "The room itself isn't particularly remarkable, but look at this." And he you see around the kind of the top of the room there are these shelves, and they're all lined with dolls. He says, he's an interesting boy. You met him earlier, in fact, Miss Rose. He was stood behind me when I was in speaking to you at the guardhouse, and kind of like tails off there as if he's like shouldn't be mentioning that. Oh yes.
Oh, the big muscly man.
Yeah, yes, that's the one. He's the head of the guard here in Vallaki here.
He's just. Wait, the one who came in with you.
Yes. Sorry,
So he's not
adopted son, not stepson.
adopted son. I see.
Apologise.
Where is he now?
Oh, he'd be working. He loves to work, that one, and but yes, no.
Does he make the dolls?
No, they're made by a wonderful man in town called Hendrik van der Voort. He's an interesting chap. He's the coffin maker, you see. However, look at them. They're all, and you kind of look round. All of these dolls, from what seems to be first to last, you see them kind of improving in quality and quality over time. It looks like Henry van der Voort got better at making dolls over time. However, they all seem to be a variation, or a very slight variation, on the same theme. Everyone make me a quick... We'll call this an insight or a perception check, your choice.
I closed my character sheet because I'm silly.
22.
22, okay.
I got a nat 20.
Excellent. Not that it matters, but total of?
Total of 25.
Nice.
I can't find my characters. Hold on, sorry.
Sorry, that was
16.
something teen, I heard.
16.
16. Gotcha. Thank you. Sorry, you phased out a bit there.
Oh, I got a 19.
Okay, excellent. You are all kind of like shown it, and you don't venture far into the room because it's someone else's room. He's just showing you. He's just kind of like opens the door and like the four of you peer in. Irina and Ismark are at the back, just kind of having a muffled conversation, and you all notice the striking resemblance between the dolls in question and one of the members of your party. One Irina Kolyanovich.
I would immediately like to drop back to where is Irina and Ismark
They're
walking with
right
us?
behind you, but they're just kind of having a little chat. They're not really looking at the room at the moment.
Can I like kind of ask them like, are you sure that staying here is safe? Like, are you sure you'd be safe here?
What do you mean?
The dolls inside that room all look like Irina.
You kind of see like there's a moment between the two of them, and Irina just kind of like pushes past to look in. You see her freeze for a minute, and just kind of like back out the room.
Do you know who Henrik von what's his name is?
No, I don't think so. You gather from the conversation at that as you were led into the room that this person is the coffin maker for the lackey. So that is who this person is, and it's someone that his adopted son Izek has commissioned to make these dolls.
Ah, okay. This Burgermeister's adopted son is a bit weird. Like, he's got many dolls that look like you. And he's not the son who was at dinner. He's a big muscly man.
Yes, this is weird. I don't like this. This isn't. We probably don't want to cause offence, but yeah, I'm not thrilled about this situation. And
can I just while they're having this conversation, just sort of sidle away slightly and just do a little stealthy detect magic?
Yeah, sure. I was going to say the Burgomaster is pretty much taken up with his own self-importance. Everyone else is part of your party. Make me a quick sleight of hand check because there is someone watching you.
Is it Ernst?
just through the window.
Weird
Like,
kid.
hi. No, it's not.
Ernst. Okay, that is sleight of hand +5, 16.
16. Okay. Yeah, no one sees you. It's great. Sorry, that was a nat one. So you just kind of like pass a little hand motion and just the magical sense just erupts from your eyes. You can see any shades of magic, should there be any. You can't see any here. They just seem like dolls.
Magical dolls.
No
They're
magical
not going to
dolls.
come to life in the night and kill someone.
Not as best you can tell.
Okay. All right. Well, I've still got my magic detector on, and I'm going to keep it pinging while we're.
It's about 10 minutes, right?
That's a
an
good
hour?
question. It is 10 minutes.
10 minutes, cool. That's fine.
Is the other son still with us at this point? 'Cause I'm
yes.
I'm
Yes, he
assuming
is.
he'll set it off.
So you wouldn't. So unless he's, for example, casting some magic right now.
Doing a magic.
If he was doing a magic, you'd spot it. But it just in the same way that like Rose and Yaki are not
Doing a magic.
doing a magic. Yeah, they're not showing up as magic. So he just looks like a person.
Okay.
Like you don't detect anything particularly magical about him. He just looks a bit screwy. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to cast a message to Rose and just tell her that the dolls aren't magical. They're creepy as fuck, but they're not magical.
Yeah, I'm just a bit Message, you can talk back, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that that adoptive son is big, he's scary, and he's a bit obsessed. And I'm kind of concerned that if Sarah works for Strahd, what if he does too?
Hmm.
Hmm.
And
Just,
how does he? How do they know Irina? Like, does Irina know Irina know them? I don't understand all the relationships going on here.
I was going to say, make me another quick sleight of hand check for your message spells, just because it's only pointing a finger, but it's still quite an obvious. So.
Do I need to do it as well? Or...
No. So it's just the casting of the spell that does it. So we're just doing a one time first. See if that's anything.
17.
17. Awesome. Okay, cool. So as you kind of like finish your message, you look down and you see that Hector's kind of like stood just like quite close to a curtain, just like holding onto the curtain, just looking at you in a very weird way. Just seems like he may have seen you do that. But he's also, it's not like he's not scared, he's almost like smiling.
There is a slight. Sorry, doesn't really smile, but there's just a slight twitch in my face that could be construed as a smile.
Okay. So, assuming we move on from this, the Burgermeister shows you around the rest of the house. The tour of his library, it's relatively extensive from your point of view. Sorry, he shows you around. There isn't a huge amount in the way of there's no like magical texts there, unfortunately. However, he does seem to be in possession of some what you would consider to be reasonable quality inks and things to that effect.
I, as we're walking around, lay it on really, really thick and marvel at his incredible library. And tell him that actually I've been writing a book about our travels so far in this region. And that I've been so impressed by his incredible house that I would really like to dedicate an entire chapter to him and his and to what he's managed to accomplish here with this incredible library. And then just gauge his reaction.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. It's another nat 20. I like this dice.
Very nice. Yeah, he's you see him kind of like puff up and just very full of self-importance. He seems to have taken your flattery on board.
Excellent. And it's at that point that I will say that I'm running very low on supplies, on writing supplies, and I am low on ink in particular.
Oh, can't have that. Can't have that. Can't have that at all. Oh, well, he kind of like just strides over to his desk, takes a key from within his one of his inner pockets, just unlocks it, and you see that there are a couple of ink bottles inside, and he just plucks one out, says, that should do, and then shuts it. And here you go, my dear. I'm sure that will help with your writing supplies.
Thank you very, very much, Burgermeister. Your generosity is almost as great as your charm and influence. I'm sure.
Don't stop. Yes. Oh, of course you're welcome. I just hope you'll send me a copy of your book once you're done.
I absolutely will. Do I have, like, just as an aside, do I have like an idea of how much this ink is worth?
So you'd reckon that this would be somewhere in the region of like 50 to 75 in terms of the quantity of ink.
And is that actual price, or is that ridiculously inflated? No, I'm going to go and kill the man who works in the stationery shop price.
No. That's your kind of price, not.
Okay, well now I don't need to steal it. I can just kill him.
Excellent. while all this has been happening, you've all been shown around. Irina and Ismark have very much been hanging around between like Jack and Rose, and just kind of feigning an interest. However, you can both clearly tell that they're slightly uncomfortable having been to Isaac's room. And yeah, they seem to be trying to like take refuge with you, so to speak. And Ismark says, "So do you think we can get out of here quite quickly? I'd be honest, I don't really want to spend much more time around this house if we can avoid it."
But go where? Like back to the inn, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just for tonight, like, just to form a plan, work out what we're doing. Okay. Very well. Is there anything else anyone wants to do before we kind of close up the Burgermeister section? Okay. Just as you're all leaving for the night, the Burgermeister is showing you out. Hector's there, just kind of like peering. He kind of comes up to you, sorry. I think, yeah, I've come back sometime. I'll show you my book. I've been working on a book. He kind of like, I can't remember which one it actually is, but he's like, my room is the one at the top. Kind of like indicate which window would be his should you wish to thing. I could show you what I've written down. You could show me what you've written down, perhaps. Maybe we could learn from each other.
I fix him with my aggressive stare again and say, as long as this isn't a euphemism, Hector, then yes.
There's the thought. There's the thought.
Good.
Okay. Bye. Just retreats into shadow.
I imagine that he just like, when they like just move perfectly smoothly,
Mhm.
like they've got them on like a dolly and they just,
Yes.
that's what he does. Just,
I think you're probably meant to find him a little bit unsettling, but I'm from Berry, so this is kind of normal.
Very well. You make your way back to the Blue Water Inn for the night, and let's just see how we're doing. How are people doing on time? Do we want to keep going for a little bit, or do we want to take a break? Do we want to call it for the night?
I'm fine to keep going, but a break would be nice.
Excellent. Well, in that case, let us stop playing that creepy music, and we can go for a break. We will be back in 5-ish minutes. Oh dear. No, okay, that's fine. Sorry, I thought I was having internet trouble again. Was there meant to be music? Yes. Oh well. So yeah, we'll be back in 5-ish minutes. Stick around, don't go anywhere. Big thank you to all of my wonderful guests who've come on to play D&D with us tonight. And yeah, don't go anywhere. And we're back.
Oh,
Yay! We're back and everyone can hear us and stuff.
yay!
Yay!
Hi everyone.
How the devil are you? Sorry, couldn't help it. Oh, look, it's X, Emberize X, and all of the other lovely people in chat. Sorry. I can't help it. It's just my inability to read names. It's great. Also, welcome on Alba into the chat. I've seen a couple of other. Vera, welcome on in. Steel Aldino, lovely to see you. And Hebrew, excellent. Sorry, I'm just saying hello to the people I didn't say hello to at the beginning of the stream. So, not forgetting anyone else. Retro, I see you there. Kirby, am I okay? Am I okay, Kirby? No. I have issues. So, when last we left off, you had all been to dinner with the Burgermeister of Valaki. And no, that's outdoors. Whoops. There we go.
Have we just left his house?
I was going to say you'd made it back to the tavern, but that is up to you. If you want to have a chat on the way home, that is also fine.
Did we see any shelves in the closet?
I just got the reference you made. I thought you were... I got very confused. You didn't look in his closet.
I'm sorry for the incessant Pride and Prejudice references that are
It's
to the
quite-
benefit of
Me.
Kirby and Soccer. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, no, it's absolutely fine. There were no shelves in his closet. Had you investigated, you might have found something else, but you didn't, so we'll leave it alone. So,
I don't want to see his porn
on-
collection.
it wasn't that.
I assume it's a fountain. With someone coming out of the fountain? I don't know. I don't know Pride and Prejudice, but I thought is that from... Anyway.
It's Colin Firth emerging from a lake.
Yeah,
There you go.
That's what you would have found.
Swim across a
Yeah.
pond.
I'll stick to Simpsons references, I think. I just want to ask Sarah about the ink.
Oh yeah, I just busted him up, which is very easy to do, and he gave me some ink. So I
You're
don't
not
need to.
writing anything down then.
I don't need to burn anything down.
I mean,
but
we could, but
yeah, if I feel like it, I still might.
we maybe should. But there might be a laugh.
Well, there are a lot of things we shouldn't do.
Yeah, fair.
We'll just see. We'll just see what happens, I guess.
See, we're beginning to learn things about people here. Excellent. So, you find yourselves in the tap room. You are all served drinks and extra food, should you wish it. Ismark,
We're still feeling exhausted, right?
yes.
And it's like some kind of special exhaustion.
It is. I mean,
Oh,
it's not super special exhaustion. It's just exhaustion. Yeah. So,
Right.
why do you ask?
Because I am interested to know how I get rid of my exhaustion.
Okay, so you.
Because I don't like having to take one off all of my rolls.
I had honestly forgotten about that, so I apologise. If there was any things I barely passed, I probably shouldn't have done.
I don't think anyone barely passed anything. Don't worry about it too much. In terms of the exhaustion, you can either there's a spell that gets rid of it, or it basically comes off once a day. So
Okay.
you can, even if you take 2 long rests next to each other, it comes off once a day. So
Right. So does that mean that when we go to sleep tonight, does that mean we'll be all right tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay, good. And of course I would probably know this because I know I'm smart.
yeah, you know sometimes it just takes time to heal.
Okay.
That's a good point, actually. Let's have Sorrow and Rose make wisdom saving throws.
Oh,
Does-
okay.
Does one come off of this as well?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure I know what my wisdom save will be. Yep, 11.
Okay.
I got 24.
Okay. Sorrow, you're feeling quite full. Rose, you're rather hungry. You could really go for that last pie that you've got in your bag.
I don't know that I have a pie. I think I had half of someone else's.
Or you could certainly go for another pie provided by Granny Bones, shall we say.
Do we have a pie like between us?
I think you had one left.
Because I'm sure that it was me that shoved a pie in the stable guy's mouth. And I don't know if I have any pie left.
Everyone, the northern urge is taking me. I need pastry.
That makes sense if Rose and Sorry split yours. 'Cause I think we only got 3, didn't we? Jack didn't get.
we got we got 3 pies.
Did I eat a whole one or half of one?
I think you dropped a half and we're going to do the other half later if you felt like it.
I can't remember because I feel like you said that Yaki has experience with the drugs.
Mm.
You are certainly feeling a craving for a pie.
I mean, I'm northern. This is normal. I don't need
I'm just saying, there is a certain sense of desperation that you are feeling right now.
Again, I'm northern. That's normal.
I give up. Anyway, you're all sat.
Are you going to say something about coal next?
No, I was not. You're all sat at the table in the Blue Water Inn, and Ismark is there and kind of... He's been having a muffled conversation with Irina. It's just like... I don't know what we're going to do about this. It doesn't seem like a good place to be. What do you think? Just like... That guy creeps me the hell out. What do we do? What do we do? You guys got any suggestions?
Is anywhere safe?
Yeah, I grew up in Barovia. I've occasionally been to the Lackey with my father on visits, but not in some time. And
We probably should find out what this guy's deal is.
I mean, it could just be that the stepson has a bit of a weird obsession. It might
Sure.
not be that sinister. I mean, it is.
Well, I guess the question... there's a few possibilities, right? Because, and it could be the stepson or it could be Von Vort, I think his name was, that is, you know, weirdly obsessed. I mean, the stepson might just like, oh, sorry, the adopted son might just like dolls, and commission Von Vort to make them, and Von Vort's the one with the weird obsession, right?
We could go and talk to the doll maker.
That is
Mm.
true.
We could set fire to the collection of creepy dolls
Yes.
and the shop from
And
which
there's
the
a-
creepy dolls
There's
are
a
made.
there is a big fireball thing happening tomorrow. I assume it's a ball.
it is.
The sun blaze.
And by
blazing sun.
fireball, you mean someone casting it, or
I mean, I can cast Burning Hands and Firebolt, but I can't Fireball. But Sorrow might be able to.
I can't fireball, but I can firebolt, and I can control flames. If a lantern and a not properly secured lantern somehow found its way into the vicinity of the creepy doll collection, then perhaps accidentally a gust of wind might send the flames towards the creepy dolls.
Hmm.
Who knows? Who knows?
I mean, I just raised as a possibility because we don't know, we don't know which one of them is the creepy weirdo. There's a possibility that like Von Vort as well. The reason why they've got closer and closer to Arena is that he had some kind of vision that as it comes closer to passing, the images get clearer and clearer, kind of thing.
Doesn't Irina look like someone that Strahd thinks she is? Maybe they're not Irina.
That's also a very good point.
But I mean, it's still weird because it's all Strahd tangents. Maybe the dolls aren't you, Irina, but it's still bad times.
Yes.
I-
It's
Yeah. I think we should start with the doll maker.
Yeah, I agree, because it will be probably easier to put the frighteners on. I mean, question the doll maker than the large man.
Yeah.
Unless, I mean, the doll maker could turn out to be hench AF, obviously, but we can see when we get there, I guess.
yes, but in all fairness, the coffin maker will probably not be the head of police.
Wait
so-
a minute, I can show you what he looks like. Can I transform into him so everyone knows?
As in you're transforming into the henchman.
Hench boy, yeah.
Okay, just so we're both on the same page. You're in the middle of the tap room.
When we go upstairs,
I just wanted to make sure you weren't doing that by mistake, you know?
I will transform into the man, and then we all know what he looks like. And you will see that he is big, scary man.
Okay.
God, do I know any bigger, scarier references with which to intimidate man?
Don't know. Can you think of any? I mean, you could make someone up if you wanted to transform into someone very scary.
Can you do that as a changeling?
Yeah, you just make yourself. If you think of it like essentially like when you ask an AI to create a picture of someone, it's basically that. They just amalgamate a bunch of different people into,
Oh no.
you know.
You're going to have like a weird blurred face.
The like mouth is just smeared across.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eyes are kind of really unlevel.
I can't remember what it's from, but there's some. I think it might be like Johnny English or something. It was like one of those really weird films where it's like, oh yeah, he had ginger hair and one eye
And a scar
and
in the shape of a banana.
That's it. Yes.
It's Johnny English.
Okay. I was trying to remember what it's from. Yeah, you can basically do that. So if you think of something, you can alter it. It doesn't have to be like a real person. Okay. So, is there anything any of you would like to do tonight?
I would like to continue copying out my spider climb scroll.
Sure, that's
Now
fine.
that I've got some lovely ink.
I was going to say, you've got enough time to finish it off, I assume, and enough ink to finish it off. So
I definitely have enough ink to finish it, and I have 25% of it left to do.
cool. So it only takes you an hour before bed, and then you're good.
Excellent.
Cool. So is everyone else just... Are we just heading for bed for the night, and tomorrow you're going to go to the festival / to intimidate a doll maker?
Does I can't remember what the rooms are set up like. Does Arena's room have a spare bed?
So none of the rooms have a spare bed. It's basically like you're essentially in dormitory rooms. Your room has 3 beds in it, and I think they both have 3 or 4 beds in, from what I recall, because there was someone else that you kicked out of the
Oh,
room.
random. Yeah.
So yeah.
I just kind of want to keep an eye on Arena.
Okay. Okay. In the interest of keeping things nice and easy, you speak to the innkeeper, and they just give you two rooms apiece. So you've got 2 rooms of 3, so you can fit Ismark in an arena in one or the other, and then 2 in each. So, you're all heading to bed? Okay. Very good. So, Sorrow and Rose, your points of exhaustion go away. There you go. Jack, can I ask you to make me a charisma saving throw, please?
That is a 14.
14. Okay. Not too bad. You dream when you fall asleep. It's unlike a standard dream. There are no, flying pink dragons or anything jovial. You have...
I see red in the dream. Is that how I know it's a dream?
Yeah, so you do actually see red in the dream. What you see is... It's almost like a close-in shots of various things. You see trees in the darkness, and you hear the wind whispering through them. And you hear the sound of a horse's breath, and then a horse's hooves, and you kind of almost feel on the back of your neck the exhalation, kind of the horse's breath just on the back of your neck, warm against the cold air. And you turn around and there's nothing behind you, but then you see through the darkness, stepping through the trees, away from you there is your horse. You see its eyes burning red in the night. And it steps behind a tree and is gone. What do you do?
As in, what do I do in the dream, or
What do you do in the dream? I mean, you can piss yourself and wake up if you want to.
I start...
Wait, if he pisses himself in the dream, does he also piss himself in not in the dream?
We'll see. That'll be a concept. Jack, what do you do?
I slowly whisper the word sparkles and start heading towards the direction I saw sparkles.
Okay. As you move through the trees, you hear the sound of hoofbeats, but they're getting further and further away.
Going.
Okay, keep going. Faster and faster, and you, again, never seem to quite catch it. But then, all of a sudden, the hoofbeat sounds closer. And then you hear this almost panicked whinny. And you break into a run. And you emerge from this clearing of trees. And you catch your foot on a rock. And all of a sudden you're falling. You're no longer in a forest or in a clearing. And you just look and you find yourself falling, and there is a cliff falling past you, and you see the trees above you. You turn around to see the ground rising up to meet you. And then all of a sudden, you're back in the real world. Awake in the morning. Rested, but not rested.
Oh, I hate those falling dreams. At least I woke before I hit the floor.
You did indeed. That's when you fail the charisma save. So, Yaki, you enter your trance, And one of the interesting things about being in Barovia is that you haven't really experienced dreams before, what with not really actually sleeping. So this sensation is quite new and interesting to you. And you find yourself just looking back. You just find yourself sat on a wooden chair, sat at a table. Clearly you look down and you see that you've been writing something on a script of parchment or something. It looks like you've been writing for a long time. Down in your hands there are a couple of ink stains. And just on the table in front of you there's a candle. And you become transfixed by the flames. And before you know it, you are rousing yourself to consciousness, having completed your long rest. But having done nothing but focus on the flame for what must have been 4 hours of real time. But who knows how long it was in the dream. Anyway, you all come to consciousness. It is the next morning, and you find it is raining heavily.
It's going to ruin the festival, isn't it?
I'll put a damper on it.
I was careful not to say that.
Jack, I will say, you awake. As I've said before, you now no longer being able to see the colour red, it is certainly having an effect on your mood. However, you find yourself this morning a bit more of your normal, bouncy self. A little bit more yourself. Anyway, what would you like to do?
Feeling a bit more myself, I reach down and pick up the half-empty jug of ale that I took to bed and take a swig or two.
It's a bit flat and a bit stale, but it'll do.
It'll do. Take the edge off.
The edge of the morning, yes. Very good. Sorry, I've just seen Tex has redeemed questionable Liverpudlian as an accent 3 hours ago. Good that I'm paying attention, isn't it?
Oh yeah, after you said that you thought you turned off everything that might interrupt the stream.
Mm-hmm. That will be redeemed next stream, Tex. Thank you for highlighting. So, you are served in your room with a large plate, serving platter of fried eggs and bacon.
No sausages?
No sausages. They're out of course. And yes.
What's the bacon from?
I was trying to remember how the Liverpudlians would say that. It seems to be from a pig of some description.
How many guards are there today?
Guards in your room?
It was a police joke.
I see.
Kind of hears this having music in the background, and it reminds him of an old tale of his sailing days, and goes and stands by the window with his arms out.
Every night in my dreams. Yeah, you sure do, buddy. You get the sense of someone like just behind you with their hands on your waist, and you turn around and are attacked by a ghost. Anyway, sorry.
The room on the door that day.
You see a necklace in the mud beneath you. Anyway, sorry. Titanic jokes aside. You find yourself all come to consciousness and well fed. Rose, you feel your desire for a pie intensify. No, I'm not giving up on this. You
It's just normal.
almost find yourself like scratching your skin repeatedly. And you have
Again, that's normal.
you have to stop yourself before you actually start drawing blood.
Again, here
Mhm.
we are. Yep.
Okay. So, the day is yours. It is raining, pissing it down. What am do?
Did he tell us what time the festival starts?
It was indicated to be early afternoon, so just after lunch.
Oh, okay. So this morning we could go and
We can go threaten.
shit up the doll maker, and then this
And-
afternoon we can go to the festival.
Yeah, and definitely not burn it down.
There's a burn-in anyway. No one will know. Tragic accident.
Very good. So, you're going to head to Henrik van der Voort's coffin shop. Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Very good. So, are you just going to wander about the town? Are you going to ask for directions? How are you going to approach this?
We could ask at the inn. I would probably ask at the inn because inn people know things about towns.
Mm-hmm. Sure. I almost thought about doing like a Skyrim kind of accent then. Oh, well, but it's just going to turn into the Count from Sesame Street, so I won't.
It does sound like the Count.
I won't, I can't. Anyway, yes. It says, the old funeral director. God, I haven't thought about him in ages. It's just south of here. It kind of indicates down one of the two main streets. Just says keep heading down there until you find it. You find yourself outside a quite narrow, quite rickety old shop. Clearly the place has seen better days. A number of the windows are boarded up, not because the place is abandoned, but just because it looks like there was at some point glass there and now there is not, and it doesn't look like they're able to replace the glass.
Are there people around?
Not many. As we said, it is pissing it down.
Is there an alleyway or a rear entrance to this place, to this shop?
Not to this shop. All the buildings in the area, it's quite seems to be quite a poverty-stricken area. All the buildings are quite close together. If you think quite small, quite closely packed.
Okay. Does it say when the hours of business are? Is there like a sign outside?
It does not. You see above the door there is a sign that says Henrik van der Voort's funeral arrangements. But there doesn't seem to be any kind of like opening hours or so. It just basically it looks like a house almost, except for the sign above the door.
Okay.
Why don't we just try opening the front door?
Yeah.
Cool. You open the front door, and within you hear a little bell ding, 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 as you enter the shop itself, the shop proper. There is a large working area. There are a number of ready built coffins, kind of stacked up against a number of the walls. There is a small counter towards the back, and you hear the sounds of industry from one of the other rooms to the side. Basically, there is an entryway and a room on either side of the entryway. And
Can you try the coffins out? Like, can you go and stand them?
I mean, if you want to, sure. They are very basic. They are basically just a couple of boards put together. They're not like ornate coffins. They do look
but I still want to try them out.
Sure. You hear a voice from the back. Oh, just a minute. And the man kind of like struggles out. He looks quite elderly, about 60s early, maybe. Hello. Can they help?
Hi.
Ah,
I say from inside a coffin.
I see. Yes, hello, dear traveling folk. How may I help thee?
I hear you have other talents beyond making coffins. Is that correct?
Not really. I work with wood. I'm a carpenter, but I pretty much just make the coffins.
What about making dolls?
He kind of, you see him almost flinch at that. Just, why? What have you heard?
I don't know if we've had anything. We've seen some of your handiwork, though. Very interesting.
I see.
Making us sound like grave robbers.
Handiwork
We're
in
not
relation
grave
to the
robbers.
dolls, not coffins.
Good to hear, not grave robbers. Yes, I assumed you meant the dolls. Oh. He kind of like straightens up a little bit. You can see he's quite hunched over and just tries. I see. I'll be honest. I don't make dolls by choice.
Why do you make them then?
I make them when the son of the Burgermeister asks me to, and threatens to burn down my shop.
And the design, it's quite a singular design that you go for.
That it
Is that
is.
his instruction?
It is indeed.
Has he told you who she is?
I don't know. Just brings me the instructions, says, gives me the specifications, says make that. I make that.
And you never noticed you've been making the same person over and over?
Of course I noticed I'm not a fucking idiot.
You don't know who she is.
No.
I think
Miss-
it's a bit weird.
You haven't met the man, I see. He's a very strange... Forgive me. I see you're new in town. Perhaps you've not met the man. Have you ever seen... It's not my place to speak ill of people.
No, it really is. Keep going.
No. I
Little
would...
bit of tea.
I value my life.
Tea. Oh, we won't tell anyone.
I'm really good at secrets.
You'll forgive me if I don't believe you.
I won't, but that's
Well, I
fine.
mean, we're really good at secrets. Sorrow is really good at twisting people's arms until they snap. Probably.
He kind of...
I take a step towards him.
Right.
And also I'm gonna cast I assume there are like lanterns or something in this place.
Sure.
I'm gonna do control flame and make it so that like the lanterns like dramatically flicker. I'm trying to intimidate him, obviously.
Sure. You can each make an intimidation check, or one of you with advantage.
$17.
I don't know if I have anything to add to this, but I got a nat 20.
See.
Let me see.
I'm
if
assuming you've got something to add.
Oh yeah, +4, 24.
Okay. You see him kind of like almost flinch, like someone who's almost used to being physically intimidated instead of just trying to shield. They just flinch.
Can I make my vein do on my neck do the vein pop thing that spooky guy does, that the big muscly guy does?
I imagine if anyone could, it would be you. And with a 24, why not?
And like mimic the
Sorry.
cracky hand thing he does.
Oh, mimic. Gotcha. Yes. Sure. And he kind of just, you step forward. He says, all right. It's not a big secret, I suppose. Everyone knows. He's just a bit wrong, that one. He's cruel. To the point of, well, cruelty. He doesn't often do it, but if he takes off his glove, you can see his hand.
What happens when you take your glove off?
What was that, Gaijin?
That's usually what happens when you take your glove off.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Kind of like glares at you as if I was allowed to finish, sir. You can see his monstrously deformed hand.
With
The
leg
hand of a
like that.
demon.
Wait, a demon? No, wrong character. Sorry.
In that literal sense that he has.
Yes, claws, the red skin, the whole shebang.
Would you consider? Never mind.
Oh no.
He's adopted.
Yes.
Do you know where was he adopted from?
From here, I think.
The doll shop.
I try and do gothic horror. See, honestly.
Also, with the name Van der Voort, surely he should be Dutch.
Listen, fucker.
Occasionally, you sound a bit like Puss in Boots. So I'm kind of imagining a little cat.
Listen, fucker.
I think he's just widely travelled.
I am of no fixed abode. I'm no historical. I'm from Barovia.
Yeah, no, he does sound like a cat that just travels around in a camp.
This is the vibes that Strahd is supposed to have.
I try and do creepy atmosphere with peasant of terrible voice.
So he was
He's a
born in
Robin.
Barovia. Sorry, not Barovia, but
He was born in Barovia. I think he was born in Valaki.
What was his name again?
Isaac.
How do you spell that?
Izek.
He's a baden.
I mean, I wouldn't say that to his face, would you?
I don't know. When you say he's a demon, is he like an actual demon?
No, he's not a demon. He's a man with a demon arm. He keeps the glove on most of the time.
Why
Yeah.
does he have a demon arm?
How would I know? I don't ask the man questions. I make fucking dolls when he
he's
tells
made
me
creepy
to.
dolls for him.
Yeah. I'm a coffin maker. I'm not a doll maker. Just the only person here who's a carpenter.
I haven't seen the quality of your work on the dolls. Surely, from a business perspective, you could go into a very different method of carpentry that would be much more lucrative and would require a lot more skill.
I'm surprised your hands aren't arthritic.
They are. That's why the dolls aren't so good as they used to be. But, yes, in as terms of
Oh wait, did you go in
lucrative,
that direction? I assumed.
Yeah, I thought they got better and better.
I assumed they got better and better, not worse and worse.
Yeah, me too.
I'm confused. Arthritis gets better with age.
So
No,
you
the
just
dolls.
said that the dolls aren't as good as they used to be, which suggests that the more recent dolls aren't as good as the earlier dolls that he made. But when we were in the room, you said that
Right.
it made
So-
it sound as though the dolls were bad at the beginning and then they got better.
They were bad at the beginning. Sorry, what I'm saying is basically he started out when he was younger, when he didn't have his arthritis as bad. Got better, then they've also degenerated since because his hands are not what they used to be.
I see.
That's
it's
all I'm
almost
saying.
like
It's not a trick.
Okay.
It is
It's in
me
decline.
explaining badly.
How often does he ask you to make these dolls?
Every few weeks, maybe every month or so.
How long have you been doing it?
Many years now.
Just out of curiosity,
Specifically?
I don't know. I can't remember exactly. More than 10.
And how old is Isaac?
Don't know. Sorry.
Roughly?
Mid 30s, late 30s.
Okay.
out of curiosity, have you got anyone to take over this doll making business as your arthritis gets worse?
No, it's not exactly a family legacy. I make dolls for one guy.
Well, have you got a coffin maker to take over your legacy? I feel like you're in a dying business right now if you're the only carpenter within town.
Of course, he's in a dying business. He's an undertaker.
Sorry, I thought that was the joke.
That is very much funny joke. Well done. Also, yes, but I'll be dead, so fuck it. You may not have noticed this land is in somewhat of a decline. There are abandoned houses everywhere. There's swarms of rats. There's disease.
Yes,
Yes.
we've all been,
Nothing's-
time.
we've all been to Blackpool.
Perfect time to be an undertaker. With the amount of death that seems to be going on around this land, you have the potential for a family legacy.
Yes.
Anyway, surely you don't want to have those sorts of thoughts, don't you? You all need to have positive thoughts.
Yeah, on the day of
Yeah, on
blazing
this,
sun.
the,
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
exactly. The Blaze
Yes,
Festival.
all will be well. Yay.
What do you make of that?
What do you think I make of it? What do you make of it?
I think you make coffins and dolls.
I mean, I think it's total shit, but
Well, there we go then.
I'm
I would
sure
never
it's
say such a
people-
thing. I would never doubt our glorious Burgermeister.
So
Fair enough.
Yaki became a floating head for a moment. It was quite confusing.
Did he? Oh, shit, yeah, he did.
Please tell that's what happened in the actual real world of the game.
Yeah, it's exactly how it works. Yaki is a floating head.
Occasionally.
Anyway.
All right. Well,
Mm.
this guy just turn around and say this guy is basically worse than useless, and just walk out of the shop.
Does anyone actually need any coffins? Otherwise, I'm kind of busy.
Not yet.
No,
We all will eventually.
Gran, you come back, you see Henrik, I'll give you a nice coffin.
Do
Well,
you supply the guy in the castle?
What do you mean?
He,
It doesn't.
he must use a coffin.
I can't say that I provided. He's been around a long time. I'm relatively new. I'm only here 60 years.
Long time to have one coffin, though. Surely, using a coffin every night, you'd upgrade at some point within those 60 years.
Yeah, every 7 years. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you want one with the
I imagine what with him.
USB ports nowadays. And...
I would imagine he, having the resources of all the land, possibly has a nicer one than wooden box over here.
You said you're the only carpenter.
In Valaki, yes, one village.
This has strong British tourists on holiday.
I'll be honest, that is how I feel a lot. Yeah.
I mean, at this point, it's just we make an appointment with Isaac.
Sure. You do that. Bye now.
Bye.
Goodbye. Enjoy
Bye.
your
Ding.
coffin making.
As you walk out the shop. Tourists, he says, to no one in
Jack.
particular.
Jack just turns around to the group and goes, "Too many non-travelers in this town. Not speaking our language."
To be fair, he was speaking a language.
Yes, he was trying to speak grumpy old man. Anyway. So, okay, we'll keep going for a little bit longer, but we'll call it in a short period of time. So, is there anything you'd like to do before the festival?
Well, that's just we see if we can have a conversation with Isaac.
Yeah. Find the person who in my notes is described as a wrong'un.
He does look like a wrong'un.
Yeah, he's a wrong'un.
Okay, how are you going to go about finding him?
What do we know about him? He's head of the guards, isn't he?
Yeah, is he knocking around in the guard place?
He was with the Burgermeister yesterday, so he could be, like, maybe Is there some kind of square or something where the festival's like being set up? I don't know, I'm just wondering if maybe if the Burgomeister is setting stuff up or whatever, that he could be with the Burgomeister.
You did notice when you
Perhaps.
left the inn earlier that the square that it's kind of very nearby seemed to be where they were setting up a podium of some kind.
Is
We
there
could-
any?
Go by there and have a look at least, see if he's there.
Yeah, if there's any Izek
Or-
looking people.
Yeah, or if the Burgomeister's there, we could ask him where he is. Perhaps.
Sure. You head back towards the town square. It's not too far. And you find that where there is the podium has now been fully erected. Thank you. And you find the Burgomeister there. He is kind of busy giving people lots of directions, some of which they're actually following. And he's currently in the process of getting a group of town's guard to help lift what is this huge wooden... It looks almost like a giant tumbleweed, except for it's clearly been manually constructed. And it's this real sodden ball of sticks that have all just been stuck together in what's almost like 10 feet wide. This kind of ball of twigs and sticks and things that have been stuck together in the shape of a sun. And they're currently trying to lift that up so that it can be kind of raised above the podium to be presumably set alight.
Is Izek around?
No, but the Burgomeister is.
Okay.
He walks out. Oh, hello everyone. It's good to see you. Oh, Captain.
This looks like it's shaping up to be an incredible festival. Your
Bloody say so.
Excellency.
He kind of looks very pleased.
So, anyway, I started last night writing my chapter about you. And one of the things that I would like to do is to get some testimony of how incredible you are from people who know you well. I was hoping to have just a quick chat with your adopted son, just to get some words from him. Is he around today?
Oh, yeah, he'll be around later during the ceremony. He's at home at the moment. I'm very fond of the boy, but he's not great with strangers. He just tends to be a bit cold. So don't take that as an
Oh.
affront. It's just not his way. So
I
met a lot
see.
of wrong uns in his time.
Are you perhaps suggesting that his account may not be as effusive as I would like it to be for this?
Oh no, I just mean he'll be a grumpy little bugger.
Okay, good. Well, so I can still interview him.
Oh yeah, well, by all means, not a problem at
Excellent.
all.
Thank you. That's wonderful. Thank you very much.
Yes, I apologise. I'll show you to the house now, but as you can see, very busy. He kind of like just turns around and do that faster, or I'll have you flogged, and kind of like just shouts at one of these men, just like to basically move their ass into gear. Yes, but yes. Anyway, yes, if you'd care to, you can of course interview him after the festival, or yes, if you're free for dinner, you could of course come by this evening. I'm sure he'd be delighted to meet you. It's not his working night tonight, so.
I'm afraid we do already have dinner plans this evening,
Terribly.
but I will endeavour to catch up with him at some point. Anyway, it looks as though you're the linchpin in all of this organising, so I would hate to take up any more of your time. Burgomeister. Thank you very much, and I back away slowly.
Sorry, in my brain it just called him hamburger helper. Yeah, very good, very good. See you later at the ceremony. And he begins off shouting and promising more floggings to other people. So
If the others, I don't know how nearby the others were when that happened, but if they didn't hear it, then I tell them that Izak is at the house.
Yeah, I imagine you guys went too far away.
Yeah, I feel like when he was talking about the dinner plans, Rose was tapping the calendar like, I've got plans.
Yeah.
This won't fit in the itinerary.
Okay. What is the plan next then?
Do we want to talk to him at the house, or do we want to wait and catch him another time?
He didn't say we couldn't go to his house.
No, he didn't.
Yeah. I reckon let's chat to him. Otherwise, you'd probably have to wait till tomorrow if we don't do it now.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Then, in that case, in the pouring rain, you make your way to the house of the Burgermeister. You knock on the door, a servant answers, and inquires about your business.
I'm here on the business of I'm writing an account of my journeys in this land. The Burgermeister is aware of this, and he in fact has sponsored me with some writing materials. One of the chapters is about him and his great influence and standing and wealth, and I had a conversation with him just now about discussing with Izek an account of the Burgermeister from those who know him well. So I am just here to have a conversation with him about the Burgermeister so I can add it to my book. I say, holding up my book.
I see, madam. Very good. I will just see if the master is available. Please come through to the sitting room. He leads you through, fetches you all a towel, and heads out of sight to fetch what you hope to be Izek. Some time passes. You hear the sounds of heavy footfalls on the stairs. And into the sitting room strides a tall, bald man, hench AF, veins popping on his neck.
Everyone knows because I did the little transformy bit.
Mm-hmm.
What he looks like.
He looks exactly like that. To the very, well, I was going to say hair, but you know what I
Except
mean.
the demon hand, I didn't know about that.
In all fairness, he is wearing gloves when he enters. He sits down, says, I understand you're writing a book for my father.
Well, it's less for him and more about him.
I see. And how can I help with that?
We just would like to have a conversation with you, if that's
Just
acceptable.
a little chat. I see. Do go on.
Well, is there like a servant or anyone else in this room at the moment? They've all gone, have they?
No, he arrived in the room and the servant was dismissed.
Okay. In that case, I just explained to him the thing, which is that I'm asking for accounts of the Burgermeister so that I can add them to my book. In the hopes that he'll just say some things about the Burgermeister.
He does.
And then, while that's happening, I can, like, you know, make the eyes at the others.
Okay.
He's here. Ask him the stuff.
He proceeds. And I was going to say, depends. Who's asking him what stuff? He begins saying, the Burgermeister is, of course, a very generous and regal figure. He has done much for the village of Vallaki, and I am honoured to consider him as a member of my family. Anyway, he goes on like that for a little while. He doesn't say too much, shall we say. He's quite concise, but he makes it quite clear that he is in the Burgermeister's favour, like in favour of the Burgermeister, and speaks well of him. He doesn't, if not particularly warmly. He basically says what a politician would say if they were talking about one of their other politician friends. It's that kind of tone.
Okay. I'm like pretending to write this down
Okay.
as he's speaking.
And just to, I think, round up the account, maybe we can just get a little quick background on you. You know.
Oh yes, that would be incredibly helpful. Thank you, Yaki. I continue to write.
Glance just moves over to you. Back to you. And what do you want to know?
You know where you're from. I mean, you're, I guess, one of the Burgermeister's kids, right? So from here, presumably.
Yes.
But you know, a little bit about what your sort of upbringing was, what you've been up to as an adult.
I was raised in the village of Valaki. At a young age, I determined that I wished to pursue a career in law enforcement, a career at which I am most efficient.
Any hobbies?
No. I work. I sleep. Occasionally I eat.
You know, we got a tour of the house the other day from your father's. I said the other day, yesterday. We have for dinner.
Lovely.
So it was an interesting collection you had in your room.
That is an interesting way of putting it.
Which bit do you think would you put differently?
He just stares at you. And continues to stare.
No, just staring back.
And can I say in Infernal, can you understand me, and see if he reacts?
An interesting question. Let me just look that up. Whoa. Sorry, I wasn't expecting that one. Kind of just his eyes move across to you. What?
Can you understand me?
You can't tell whether he's understanding you or not, or whether he's just hearing a strange language and his eyes kind of narrow at you. The rest of you, I don't think anyone else can speak Infernal, but you hear this kind of like harsh language that is very clearly... Well, it's a harsh language, and it sounds kind of evil. Like, if you could speak literal evil, this is probably how it would sound.
Can I say in Infernal, I know you were adopted. I was adopted too.
Okay. To which he says, in common, if you would be so kind, speak a language that I can.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was asking you. I get my languages mixed up a few times. I've studied a few. I was adopted, and I don't really know my parents. And yeah, I just tried to cover a lot of bases, you know. Anyway, I was just asking if uh oh, if you had any more information about your like upbringing for the chapter on Vallaki, like if you could elaborate a bit more.
I was raised by the Burgermeister.
Is
Right, carry on.
I don't. Sorry,
No, carry on.
I don't mean to be to pry, but does that mean that he isn't your dad?
Obviously.
I'm sorry.
His eyes are still narrowed at you, but they just shift across to Jack. Sorry, go on.
Can I try something at this point? I want to ask him in Abyssal who he really is.
Okay. So his eyes again, kind of at the sound of this this other language, just shift across to you. Say, why do you people feel the need to speak to me in these other languages? I don't know what you're doing here, but I don't for a second think you are writing a book about my father, for my father.
Oh, it's just sorrow that's right in the book.
I already said that it wasn't for your father, if you'll pay attention.
Oh, I was paying attention. I think it's time you all left. And he stands up.
I want to go back to him in Abyssal at this point and go, I know what's under the glove.
Okay.
I just want to talk to you.
Okay. He says, looking quite pointedly at you, in common, please leave. Now. We wouldn't want this to get ugly.
I say back in Abyssal, I don't want this to get ugly. I just want to talk.
Okay. He doesn't say anything, but he just cracks his fists and just flexes his shoulders.
Can I cast suggestion, please?
Yeah, sure. What?
Would
I
like
assume you're
to-
casting it on him. What are you casting?
I would like to suggest that I'm really sorry we didn't mean any offense. I think if you could just calm down and I think this has been a misunderstanding. If we could, we'll see you later at the festival. If we could part on kinder terms.
Okay. Basically, you're saying calm down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, right. Whoa, 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 whoa. Sorry, lots of things falling out.
I think I'm kind of suggesting that he don't worry about Jack. Don't take that to heart.
Mm-hmm. I get you. Okay. So, wisdom saving throw? Is that right?
Yeah, that's not going to be good because Rose is not wise.
No. I think we have to make a wisdom saving throw, right?
Yes, but
Okay.
again, oh no, because it's your casting modifier that determines the saving throw.
It
isn't
is.
Yep.
So what
Oh
we got?
yeah. It's never mind. It is a. What is that thing? It's a wisdom saving throw against 14.
14. Okay. That is a natural 20.
Oh wow.
which tells you nothing about him, sadly. But yeah, natural 20. You see, as you go to cast this spell, it's very much that kind of thing. Like, even when you're casting the spell, there's like a kind of a hint of magic, and you see his eyes just narrow at this, and he says, "This is your last warning. I will not ask again. Take your filthy languages and your magic and get out."
I think we should leave.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just gonna.
Sorry, what were we going to say?
I was just going to say, how quickly are you leaving or not leaving?
I'm just gonna slam the book shut and just walk out the door.
I want to get up a little bit slower, and stare at him, and say, "Have you ever met Arena?"
Who?
What's her full name? I don't know her full name. Arena
Kolyana.
Kolyana.
No.
An insight check to see if I believe.
Yeah,
you.
make an insight check. I was going to say,
Oh,
you're
that's a
riding the
9
cusp of
total.
him, like, totally just laying into you, by the way, just so you know.
I know.
What was that?
It's a 9 total.
Total. His face basically looks like it's made of granite. You can't tell. Okay.
It's
Sorrow's
nice to meet
left. Yaki.
Leaving.
Okay. Jack.
I
Let me ask Rose first. Rose, what have you done?
I was
so much faith.
very much kind of like, as Rose's outward appearance is sort of the way that she chooses to appear is very naive and piteous and
Mhm.
kind of that vibe. Just like, I'm really sorry, we didn't mean to cause any offense. Everything was meant with good intent. And I'm terribly sorry to have caused you any offense, and just kind of like back out, kind of hoping Jack will also just
Mhm.
come on.
Okay. If you're backing out while you're saying that,
Mhm.
yeah, okay, that's fine. He like glares, like full on daggers at you. Just doesn't say anything, doesn't move, but also doesn't do anything else. Jack.
I promise I'm not going to fuck this up.
I mentally prepare to transform into a massive hench thing.
Jack, all he wanted to do
Mm-hmm.
was turn to this gentleman and go, extend his hand for like a handshake. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend." If he doesn't take the hand, he just pulls his hands back, nods his head, turns around and walks out.
Okay.
If he shakes his hand, then we'll see how that goes.
Okay, I really
Are
want
you
to
gonna
shake
try
his
and steal
hand
the
because I
bell?
know exactly what you're gonna do.
No, you don't.
I do, and also, yeah, I do. I really do.
I don't think you do.
I mean, are you not going to try and pull his glove off?
Just
Are you gonna have a feel of his hand to
I
see
was
if
going
you
to say,
can
there's
feel
two
the
options.
claws?
Yeah.
One is to try and feel the hand. The other is to try and pull the glove off.
well, no. So if I want to be very specific, Jack holds out his right hand
Okay.
to shake his right hand.
Okay.
Oh my god, this man has a red right hand, just like in the song. Or is it his left hand?
That is literally it's Jack's intention is to hold out a right hand of peace to shake his hand and go,
He
"I
does
did not
not
mean any offense."
reciprocate. Sadly, as much as I would like him to, he does not. He just stares and is like full-on violence.
So Jack pauses for a moment, looks at him and goes, nods his head. I'm sorry. Retracts his hand, turns around, and walks out.
Okay. You all leave.
Um,
Yes.
there was a little delay between them coming out and me having left,
Sure.
and there's still time before the festival.
It's right.
And when I am outside and out of sight, I would like to cast Spider Climb
Okay.
and scuttle up to the top floor to Hector's window.
How tense is this going to be? Hang on. We might have to go back to... So, you scuttle up the building. Yaki, Rose, and Jack. You emerge from the building to find Sorrow is not there.
That's it.
Yeah. Sorrow. You find yourself near the top of the building, kind of at attic level, which is where Hector indicated that he was for a large portion of the time. There is a window, should you wish to go and knock in.
I want to peep through the window.
Okay, you're trying to get a look in.
Yeah, to see if there's anyone in there other than Hector, and if Hector is in fact in there.
Okay, make a perception check. The glass is quite dirty, but you could probably look through it.
17 plus 2, 19.
Okay. You look inside. You can see that there is a large attic space. It seems to take up the majority of the house. Within, you can see a number of apparatus of vaguely scientific-y, alchemical-y type bent, but they don't look quite like what you're used to. They look like there is either, depending on what you're looking at, there's like a second-hand element to them, or like a customized element. So like he's taken something that was something else and made it into the instrument that you're more familiar with. So he's like making do with what he's got. The bit that really draws your attention is there is a large, about 5 or 10 feet wide circle on the floor, chalked or carved into the floor with some kind of arcane scroll work in there. You can't see what it is quite at this distance, but you can see that it's of magical nature. And you kind of just hear before it happens, but you hear like a slight skirling noise, and then he's just appears up at the window with his face just there, like two centimeters away from your face, just looking through the glass.
You gonna let me in?
Stand back! Kind of like opens the window, opens outwards,
Scuttle back a
and he
little.
pushes it back.
Kate Bush would be so proud.
Come in.
Can I see the others as I climb in the window and kind of glance back? Can I see them leaving?
Sure, why not?
Can I just cast a quick message? I'll just send it.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Just a quick message to Rose, just to say.
You're on the side of the building. They're out the front, basically. You just peer around, point a message,
Yeah.
down it goes.
Rose, it me.
Hello, you.
I'm upstairs in the attic with Hector. I will catch you up.
Okay, cool. It's all cool. Sorrow's upstairs up in the attic with Hector.
Cool.
Cool.
It wasn't breaking and entering, I'm sure.
No, he let me in. Everything's fine.
You enter.
No rules have been broken, or entering has been broken. I don't know. Please continue.
You enter Hector's workspace. Rose, Yaki, and Jack, presumably you go elsewhere. What direction are you going to head in? Are you going to head in, like, festival direction? Are you going to head back to the inn? Is there anything you'd like to do?
I guess I would maybe like to check that Irina and Ismark are okay.
Okay. Very good. They are currently at the Blue Water Inn making preparations for whatever it is. So we'll say that you go and meet with them, have some discussions, help them decide what their next course of action is. So if you guys want to have a think about what it is you might recommend for them, that'd be grand. Zoro, you find yourself in the attic with Hector.
Hello.
Hello, Hector.
It's been so long since I wanted to meet another magicer for so long. A wizard. You're a wizard.
Well, I am a magicka, yes, that's
Yes.
right. Yep.
I'm sorry. I get excited because I so long to be free of this land.
I see.
But we're stuck here.
And he kind of just looks dejected and kind of hunches down for a minute.
Would you like to tell me about your apparatus?
Yeah.
And he kind of like scuffles around the room and just very almost like dancing and picking them up and kind of showing them in the like the lantern light that's hanging from above. It's like, this is my calcinator, this is my albinuric, and kind of goes through all of these different items, and like a lot of them you've heard of, and some of them you recognise but have different names, and that kind of thing. So it's all very, and he goes through all of that.
Anyway.
So, he kind of like looks at you and says,
Do you have a spell book?
I do.
I have a spell book. Do you want to compare notes?
Well, Hector, a wizard's spellbook is a very personal thing.
I know. I don't show mine to anyone. It's mine.
Okay.
Do you want to see my cupboard? It's got some shelves in it.
sorry, that was just for Luna.
It's certainly interesting to see the spellbook of other wizards. I can give you a glance at mine. It has taken many years of work.
Excellent.
Excellent. And I can show you mine. And he kind of like, you see him go over to like an area of the room that just looks like a pile of junk. And he kind of like looks around at you and kind of gives you a little conspiratorial wink, and then just dives into this pile of junk. Underneath there is there's like this hidden box. You can see that this kind of must be like some kind of secret hiding place beyond just being in a really weird attic room. He pulls out this really battered old book, and you can see it kind of definitely doesn't look like something that could have been created in his lifetime. It looks like this has been inherited from somewhere. This is an old battered spellbook. It's he just kind of like flicks it open. You just see the pages just across in this beautiful pattern. He scuttles over to you and just puts it down on the workbench.
Can I see?
And he kind of like gestures to the book you are holding.
I will turn the book so that I'm still holding it,
Mm-hmm.
and kind of flick through the pages.
Kind of, you see, there's like a glimmer of recognition through some of them, and others. And one of the interesting things is, in your spell book, there are spells that you can't read. Like, there are the pages are not full, but they are certainly, there is a lot more to this book. And one of the things is you've noticed is that over time you've been able to read more and more of the spell book. But as you look at the later books, later pages in the spell, that like it's almost like the words move around the page, and you just have trouble. Not defiguring them. What do you call it? Deciphering. Thank you. Yeah, and you're having trouble deciphering them. But you see him actually pause it. You go, oh, and he kind of gets quite excited at a couple of the pages that you've got later on in the book that you are almost certain that you cannot read yet.
Okay.
Oh.
I say to him, are these ones in your book?
Oh, he kind of like points at that one. I've got that one. That need, trade, yes.
Yeah.
Got.
Can I read in his book any of the ones that I can't read in my own book?
Have a little flick through. Make me an investigation check.
Okay. Ooh. 13.
Okay. You flick through. You can. So on some.
No, that was wrong.
Okay.
That's 16.
16. Okay, that makes a difference.
Sorry.
You're all good. So you manage to flick through, and you can see that there's an obvious point at which point the spells get harder and harder. The ones that are near the back, you can't decipher at all. They literally swim around in front of your eyes. It's just like, the brain not work. But the closer to the ones, there are a couple that you recognise, and then there are ones of a similar level that you can see and you can read, even if you're not familiar with them. And you flip over, and then kind of as you go further back, the more likely the writing is to swim. There are ones that you can see that are certainly of something that you are not currently producing, shall we say, of a higher level. But there are others that, even though they seem to be of a similar, you guess they're of a similar power level based on the space in the book, you can't read. So there are some, but not others. But you do have that. Some of those that you can read, have them in your brain for the next 30 days.
Wait, what?
Remember your feet?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, so what, sorry, what is the implication of that?
The implication would be that you would be able to copy those into your spellbook at some point within the next 30 days if you had the ink to do so.
Uh-huh.
Like as if you had the scroll.
Yeah. Right, okay. And how do we establish what those are? Do we just
I'll tell
do
you
that
later.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's good. It's a very impressive book that you have there, Hector. Were some of these spells in the book before it came to you?
Oh yes. But I've improved some of them.
Oh.
They're better now.
That's very good. And how came you by this book?
I found it in a secret place in the house.
In the house?
Yeah. There's a secret compartment. Find the library Bible.
Is there?
There's nothing there now.
But the Burgermeister, does he know that you have the book?
No.
Okay. You keep it secret. Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
Yeah.
You see him pause for a moment and say,
You're a great wizard, right? Yes?
powerful?
Some say.
Come.
And he kind of gestures you over to the big circle on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
This is my teleportation circle to get me out of Barovia.
Oh.
It's broken. I can't work it.
Okay.
Can you make it work?
That depends.
On what?
These patterns. Where did you get them?
Flips it open to a page in the book, and you see that on this page there is a number of like the swimming symbols, and you can see that there is general circular outline. Sorry, but that a number of the glyphs and things within seem to be moving and mutating.
Okay,
Before your
so
eyes.
it's a spell that I don't know yet, but could.
Yeah, like you could. So a lot of wizardry does come down to things like mathematics and kind of essentially solving algebraic equations and things. So if you want to try,
I'm amazing at algebraic equations.
oh yeah,
Yeah. I can't see it properly though, can I? I can't read
you
it
can
yet.
see the big shape on the floor. What you can't see is the original pattern in the book.
Okay, so I might be able to solve the equations on the floor. Is
You
that what you're
may
saying?
be able to, or you may be able to at least see parts of what's wrong with it if there is something wrong with it.
Okay. I don't know if this is me thinking now. No, I'm not saying these things. I don't know if I would want to complete this circle right now.
Mhm.
Um,
Sorry, are you saying that to him or are you saying that to me?
no, I'm saying that to you, and I'm
Yep.
thinking aloud. I don't know if I would want to solve this right now.
Mhm.
I don't know what it is or how it works, but perhaps if I studied it, I might, like you said, be able to figure out things that are wrong with it or whatever.
Mhm.
I am thinking that perhaps I could just do a rough sketch of what he already has and take it away with me.
Yeah, you can do if you want to do a sketch. You can also remember it. So
Oh yes, I can remember it. That's quite right. God, I'm good at remembering stuff.
don't get me started.
I'm going to commit. I'm going to, just like real life, I'm going to commit it to memory,
Mhm.
and I'm going to say to Hector, "This does look familiar to me,
Yes.
but I may be able to help you, but I will need some time to study it."
You kind of see this look of desperation overcome his eyes, and he just.
Okay. But come back soon. We have to get out. Have to get out.
Yes. Can I ask you one more question, Hector, before I go?
Yes, yes.
Isaac,
Yes.
he's the adopted son, isn't he, of the Burgermeister?
Yes.
What do you know about him?
He's mean.
Is he mean to you?
Not anymore. Stay away from him.
Okay.
He's just nasty.
You know, we were in the room the other day, weren't we? And you saw me cast a spell.
And kind of gives a shy little nod.
Yes. When we were in his room, because we saw those dolls, which I thought were quite unusual. I just wondered if you might know anything about them.
I don't like dolls, no.
Just kind of like looks slightly confused.
Do they look like anybody you know?
No?
Can I tell if he's telling the truth?
I mean, I'd say it's fairly obvious. Like he's quite desperate to be in your good books, and he seems quite genuine.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, you were there with Arena at the time.
I know, but I don't know that he knows Arena. Like,
he doesn't. Yeah.
okay. All right. That's okay. Thank you, Hector. That's really helpful. I need to be at the festival this afternoon, so I will leave now. But your studies look very impressive, and you should continue with what you're doing.
Hurry back. Hurry back.
He goes over and holds the window open for you. We'll assume you've done all this within the however long you can keep Spider Climb up for.
It's an hour, I think.
Cool. Yeah.
Is it an hour?
An hour or 10 minutes. I can't remember which. But
Yeah, up to an hour. It's up to an hour.
Sweet. Okay. You mosey on down the wall and then bugger off.
Scuttle. With my knees round my ears like an actual spider.
While all this has been going on, Jack, Yaki, and Rose, you've been in the warmth and comfort of the Blue Water Inn with Irina and Ismark. They've kind of been seeking your advice on what you think they should do next.
Sorry, say that again.
They've been kind of asking what you think they should do next, whether they should remain here, whether they should try and head elsewhere.
I think. Jack just turns around and goes, I think you should go to the bar and buy us all a jug of ale.
You're a simple man, Jack. I've always admired that about you. All right. Kind of gets-
Simple and easy.
Well,
I mean, look. It's not like anywhere's particularly safe to go. And I would at least hope that your friendship with the Burgermeister would keep his son in check.
I
And
mean,
I don't know, we spoke to him, but we didn't really get much out of him. We're still not really sure whether it's you or the person that Strahd seems to think you are, or thinks looks like you, that he was having dolls made of.
Yeah, I don't think they're actually of Arena, are they?
yeah, they kind of both pause at this, and then there's a general air of uncertainty, and you hear them kind of agree, but there's just an edge of doubt throughout the conversation. A pitcher of ale is brought over for Jack, and then a pitcher for everyone else. And it's about this time that Sorrow arrives back, not long behind the rest of you.
I assume that Izek has never seen Arena then.
Irina's there. No, I've never seen him. Except when you turned into him the other day.
Oh yeah, he's the one to look out for.
I, arriving at the table as this is said, I say I spoke with Hector and Hector doesn't know Irina. So I would assume that...
No, when we met him yesterday was the first time.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I think I should just avoid this sun festival or whatever it is. Perhaps.
I'm just wondering how Izek would react if he saw who he thought was Arena.
Is that something we think we want to find out?
I don't know.
I suppose it's better to find out before I move into the village.
That's true.
Perhaps I should
Should I?
go. At least if there's a festival, I'll be in front of lots of people. It's not like you can do anything too crazy.
But you don't have to go.
But then how else would I find out?
Because I can look like you.
Oh, that's good.
Arena, we've planned this. Arena, that was what the whole conversation... This is why we're besties.
Look, I've
I
had
was
a
gonna
jug
go
of
to
ale with
Ravenloft
Jack.
as you.
all right? The
One
thing
of our plans, like plan X or whatever it is at this point, is...
I'll be honest, I'm just not very comfortable with other people putting themselves in danger on my behalf, especially someone like you.
I would like to cast message to Irina
Okay.
and say, Irina, I'm gonna die here, and like I'm resigned to that fact, and I would rather die in place of somebody who doesn't have to than you.
You kind of like you catch her off guard a bit with that, and you see her like almost like choke up for a second, and just kind of like she extends a little hand across, just gives your hand a little pat, not in a patronising way, but just in like a solidarity type. And the message you hear back in your head is, "I'll be honest, I don't think any of us are getting out of here necessarily, but we'll see. Maybe everything will be fine. Don't give up hope, eh?"
That's what the Burgermeister would want.
And she says out loud, "Ah, yes, all will be well." Yeah. So, it's about this time that you hear the sound of the festivities outside beginning to take place. Are you all heading outside, with the exception of Irina, who has gestured that she will go upstairs?
Is Mark staying with her, or?
I think Ismark is going to go out as well. No, it would be strange if I didn't show up.
Oh, true. Yeah.
We are honoured guests, after all.
That will be more convincing if the two of you are at the festival together.
Yeah, Jack's going out.
Right.
And he's going out like proper pompous he's taking his sword out and is holding it like the wrong way up, so it's not pointing up.
Yeah, so you've got the point pointing down, like you're...
Yeah, like in a procession. Not an aggressive procession, but I am...
Like a king in a chess set.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you're going to drop it on your feet and cut your toes off.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question about where the festival space is in relation to the pub? Like, how far away?
Pretty much outside. Like, the pub is just off the main square by, like, 10 feet or so. It's really not that far away.
Right, okay. So I'm just thinking, I can communicate telepathically with my spider.
Yeah.
So I wonder if perhaps I leave my spider in the pub with Irina. And then I can just check in.
I'm thrilled about this idea.
Wait, is that you or is that Irina?
No, that's Irina.
I didn't say this out loud yet.
Oh,
so
okay, sorry.
She doesn't know yet.
It's fine.
Okay, then before we go, I'll just say, Irina, how do you feel about spiders?
Not a big fan.
Okay, well, what if it doesn't touch you?
Yeah, fine.
It's the dream spider where you can tell it to keep its distance.
You actually
can
Yeah, you have to stay in the middle of the room and you don't go anywhere. You don't scuttle off and hide.
Just you stay in your corners and I'll just occupy the room.
Yes.
Dream.
So I will tell her I'm going to leave my spider here and it will stay in the room with you and I can see through its eyes. So, and here as well. So I'll check in with it now and again just to make sure you're okay.
All right. She kind of like puts it on a little platter and then starts walking it up the stairs.
Yes, please do not harm it in any way.
I won't. As long as it stays where I can see it.
I will be very angry.
Okay. She disappears into the room. Occasionally when you check back, you can see her just staring at this spider, looking at it.
I make it crawl up into the corner.
No.
No, it's just in the corner. He's just going to stay in the corner.
Okay, right.
Just in the
That's
corner.
fine. Thought you were trying to hide it.
No. It's just staying visible in the corner of the room so she knows where it is at all times. It's not in the bed. It's not going to drop on her. It's not on her clothes or any other horrendous things like that. It's just in the corner.
Basically CCTV.
Yes.
Gotcha.
That's right.
So.
Occasionally rotates every now and then.
It's just steadily turning from one side to the other.
Somehow that's more unnerving. Very well. Let's see. You make your way outside. The crowds are starting to form up, and you make your way to the podium where the Burgermeister is kind of like shuffling about, Says, well, very good. You're all here. Fantastic. The procession will be arriving through that street, and he kind of indicates the one through which you kind of entered Vlaki the first time. Says, we'll be arriving here. If you wouldn't mind, you can just wait on the dais a little. And then we and the procession will make our way through the town. And, yeah, like the thing, everyone will cheer. Then, fun times. All good?
I just, as an aside to him, I say, yes, that's excellent, and I get my book and my pen out ready to document this experience, obviously, and I say, I just want to mention to you your effusiveness, and do a little insipid curtsy. We went to your house earlier, just to, as you said, Izek was home, just to have a talk with him, as we discussed,
yes.
for my account. On my chapter on you in my book, and you did mention that he would be cold, but it was unfortunately a discussion that turned fairly hostile. I just wanted to tell you that his account of you was excellent, but I think there may have been a misunderstanding, and I'm afraid that we all didn't part on the best of terms. So I thought I would just mention it now, so that you're aware.
You see him kind of like bluster and just, oh yes, that's our Izek. It happens. Just, try to not get on his bad side anymore. He'll be riding up with me. So, Jack.
I turn around to the others.
Yes, good sir. As honoured guests and a person who is rather acquainted to processions.
I see.
As you indicated, the procession is coming from that street. I would request the opportunity to head the procession as security. I will, as you saw how I approached from the tavern, all regal with my sword.
Yes, still got all your toes. Well done.
Yes, ready to react to any emergencies should the procession go awry.
As long as they attack you from below the waist, yes.
I would be honoured. I am very proficient with my sword. And
I see. Make a persuasion check.
Which of my 10d20 do I use? So that is a... what was it? There we go. It is a 16.
16. Well, you could certainly ride at the. Do you have a horse?
Unfortunately, I am quite proficient with my horses. I do know how to handle them.
That wasn't quite what I asked, but good.
So unfortunately, at present, I do not have one of my own.
I see. Well, okay, look, I will be riding at the head of the procession, and to be fair, most other people won't be mounted. It'll just be me and my wife. Everyone else will be walking. We'll be riding at a slow speed. Why don't you march just behind us? You can march next to Izek.
Is acceptable.
Excellent. Capital. Oh, very well.
I also just want to mention, Rose presents her apologies. He wasn't feeling too well, so had to have a lie down.
You see there's like a couple of seconds where he goes like, Rose. Oh, the other one. And he kind of like notes for the first time that there is one fewer of you than there should be. It's like, oh, well, that's a jolly shame. I hope the poor dear feels better soon.
Also, do you have, obviously I have my lance that will also be accompanying with me. Do you have a flag to make it look a bit more processional?
Are there drinks around?
Well, obviously we have a flag. What kind of town would we be if we don't have a flag?
Don't know if all your flags were preoccupied on other poles. I'd quite like to fly a flag on my pole for the procession as well.
Okay. Yeah, excellent. I'm sure someone can sort you out with a flag. And you see like loads of the kids in the crowd are like at least waving flags. They're all made of paper, so they're kind of like a bit soggy by now because it's still raining. That's a good point actually. We're outdoors.
There's probably not alcohol around then.
It doesn't seem like there's any alcohol at the moment. The general mood of the crowd is quite dour as it is. It is raining. They're all standing in the rain and seemingly being made to do so. And you feel like alcohol would probably liven up this procession, but there is none.
I just want a drink to put up with whatever Jack is doing.
Okay. Jack, someone rounds up a small paper flag for you. Like a one-hander, shall we say. So you are given a flag.
Jack is like over the moon with this.
Okay, so you one-hand flag, one-hand sword?
Yeah, he's got his lance in his left hand, like into his shoulder to make it easier to carry because it is relatively heavy, and he's got his sword pointing down so it doesn't look threatening, just like I am procession.
Okay.
I can't get my hands to match.
Okay. I'm going to guess you're going to hold the little stick of the flag on the sword hand in that case.
No, he's tied it with his hempen
It's between
rope.
his teeth like a rose.
Okay.
No, he's tied it with his hemp. He's tied it with his
He's used
hempen
the
rope
hempen
right
rope
to the
to
top of the
tie-
lance.
Okay. It's very much like the top of a ship where you just have that tiny little flag and then the
Yeah.
massive mast. Okay, cool. Sure, why not? You are led away and find yourself at the kind of like the entrance to the village near all of the wolf heads on stakes that you first saw when you first arrived. The Burgermeister is there.
Oh.
His,
Not about them.
Oh.
yes. His
Oh.
wife is there. And they are both on horseback. The rain is continuing to beat down. Everyone is in a shit mood. Especially Izek, who finds himself stood next to you. Who, until the procession begins, just glares daggers at you. And doesn't say a word, but just looks like they really want to murder you.
And Jack is stood there with like the biggest one who's like,
Yeah. Izek has a great two-handed sword on his back, like a large battle axe type thing, and you see him almost just stretch his neck and just go, and it's like almost like he's going to reach for it, and then he just stretches, and he's just all muscle and just goes and just kind of like settles back down. The procession begins. It is a long and arduous slog down a muddy road. That eventually reaches cobblestones. Jack, make a performance check, please.
really badly.
Please do, it'll help.
No, I'm going to change my t-shirt. I'm going to use this one. It did.
What?
It was a 4.
Okay, excellent. Well, Jack, you look like a prat, but at least some people are kind of... They're not laughing out loud, but they're just kind of like, they see you and just like, well, at least I'm not that guy.
Lightening the mood. And Jack is just there convinced he's just lightening the mood.
Oh, 100%.
And making everyone like...
Yeah.
He's taking it very seriously.
Perfect. You make your way into the town, and there are people there, and they're just like waving flags. Some of them are even cheering like, woo! Woo! Yeah! Burgermeister is completely oblivious to all of this and seems as though this is exactly everything is going to plan. When all of a sudden, not when all of a sudden, sorry, he arrives at the dais in a very much expected and not sudden fashion. And he arrives on the dais, he begins a speech. I've told you, we'll soon be free of this place. this dark and dismal land will bother us no more. We shall be free in the light of the sun. And he takes a torch that has just been given, like, held off at the side for him, takes it, and he just extends his arm up into the great ball of twigs that is above him, the 10-foot ball of twigs, to kind of, in order to burst it into life. And you see basically the wood starts to smoke a little and the torch just sputters out. And from the crowd, you just hear one go, "Ah!" At which point the Burgermeister, you see his face just go from really happy and cheerful to... And just a look of pure rage overcomes him. And he kind of like looks out across at this person who's just suddenly burst out with laughter, and who is now kind of just bowled over with laughter, trying to stop themselves. You know when you laugh when it's inappropriate, and he's just like trying to, and he just says, "Arrest that man." The man is grabbed on either side by these two guards. He is a guard himself, and you see them, like, both of the men are just looking distraught, like this is clearly someone they know, and they get the sense that something bad is going to happen. In the interest of time and not going into any too horrible details, the instruction is given to have him tied up and dragged behind a horse, which happens to be the Burgermeister's horse that he is riding on. Thankfully, it is quite muddy. However, as these preparations are taking place, the man is bound and tied behind said horse, ready to go, but is not yet being dragged anywhere. There is the sound of urgent bell ringing, and down the street from the direction that your procession has just come, there is you see a man running full pelt, just ringing a guard's bell. "There's a creature! There's a creature loose! Loose in the village! Run!" And yeah, at which point the town erupts into panic. And that's where we're going to leave it for this this game. And let's put on something slightly more cheerful. I will come up with some more music for next time. So, just as a quick thank you, I see we've had a couple of follows in the meantime. Thank you very much to the Arch Liz and I Have Fleas for following. Much appreciated. I've seen you in chat. Yes. So this has been a lot of fun. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining in the audience. Thank you very much to the wonderful players with whom I have been gifted. With me, first and not foremost, just before I check, Nummy, are you doing the shout-outs or shall I?
Oh, yeah, no, you can do it.
Okay, sure. With me first with me first is Nummy. Please tell people about yourself.
Hello, I'm Nomi. You may know me from such Twitch channels as Booty Bay Squad, where I and Joanna Wanna and Lazy Jane arse about, swear a lot, and play games with some degree of competence, not a very high one. You can find us on the Twitches.
There is a link in the chat as we speak. With me next, we have Master Tex.
Hello. I'm Tex. I play games under the Twitch channel of Tex Unplugged. Generally pretty chill games. I don't actually look like this. follow and join me hopefully tomorrow morning for some Darkest Dungeon to find out what I actually look like.
Excellent. I wanted to give Luna a shout out, but I don't know if her channel has changed.
Oh, it's Luna A Morticia, like with an extra A on Luna.
Luna A Morticia. Gotcha. Next up, we have Luna
Hi.
A Morticia.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, I'm Luna. I also play games. I made my return to streaming yesterday after a very long hiatus. My kind of thing that I want to do is like stream and kind of chat about either history or folklore at the same time. I was streaming Cult of the Lamb yesterday. I would also like to stream some potion craft because spooky is very my vibe. This is the lightest colour clothing I wear, genuinely. Except maybe red. Red is quite light. I do wear red as well, but
It's also the colour of, blood and vampires, so it's quite dark as well.
yeah, it's dark metaphorically.
Yeah.
If I wear it, it looks like grey to Jack. So
That's true.
Yeah.
And last but not least, and I actually got it right this time, it was last but not least, it's Gaijin.
So, yeah, as I said at the start of the stream, my name is Adam from Gaijin Gamer. I am a variety streamer. I aim to stream 3 times a week, but life is chaotic living in a house with a partner and a 3-year-old, so I can't always promise on my streams. Aside from that, I am also a leather worker. Lots of different ways you can take that, ranging from dice trays, sort of these awesome little shit things that I make, to something that I got a bit pissed off with halfway through the stream because it was my first project and it was shit, to leather armor. But my pride and joy, these little bad boys, my van braces that I made complete with gold leaf. So I do everything: wallets, belts. I've got belts, I've made wallets, I've made watch straps. Anything you want that's made of leather, I'll give it a try.
Excellent. Sorry, I'm just about to threaten Liam with finally getting him. Anyway, it has been wonderful to have everyone on here. As always, I have been Kirby Rawstorm, streamer under the organisation Roll Together. We don't have an icon on screen, so I'm not going to bother with it. Anyway, yeah, I stream a couple of times a week, Tuesdays, Wednesdays and Sundays. Tuesdays and Wednesdays are usually dedicated to Bloodborne or Disc Elysium at the moment, and Sundays are painting streams. So come along if you fancy some of that. And of course we do D&D and other random, RPGs every now and again. But in the meantime, I need to go away, and so do these other people. So we're going to go and do a little raid. I'm going to go and raid Beth, who is currently playing Cult of the Lamb. So drop a little love in there because she was in the stream earlier. It's good to see. Yeah, in the meantime, thank you very much everyone for coming along. Hope to see you again soon. I'll be back on Sunday. And in the meantime, don't forget to take care of yourselves. Don't forget to love each other. And play more games.